Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Look at you.
Serenade you. This is our daughter, Julie. Hi.
I can tell.
We don't look or sound anything alike.
No, not a bit.
So
As far as the PowerPoint, it's just, let me look at the chat. I haven't done it in a while, but.
This is for my presentation. I figured.
God, it's been a while.
Well, we'll have time too if you want to figure it out. We just wanted our internet at our home. Not good. So Julia's been kind enough to let us come to her house. So we just want to make sure we have this up on a table with our singing, you know, and
Yeah.
with the, we just wanted to kind of check out the video and stuff. So
Yeah.
was there anything?
I don't think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I think we're good to go. Easy
Okay.
peasy.
Good.
All right.
Now,
we will.
My one monitor went out last night.
Of course it did.
Perfect.
I have the worst luck. So I don't know what's going on. Just like, just get me through today and I'll deal with the rest of it. But so here's hoping everything goes fine, or I'll have to hustle and find a new computer.
Well, you know, this is a group of very gracious people.
Yeah, I know. They are very sweet.
Oh, she's
It's very easy to upload. I just have to remember how to do it. I'm going to just look it up real quickly.
Yes. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. How did you do that?
So I clicked on the three dots.
Okay.
Rename.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, we're going to mute ourselves, but we're here if you need us.
Yeah, same thing. Hey, Lisa, why don't you go ahead and send me your PowerPoint, and that way I can fiddle with it, getting it in the chat.
I'll do that. Thank you. And actually it's for that presentation at 10:15, not this presentation.
Yeah, I know. If you
Okay.
get it to me, then I can go ahead right now and practice before anybody gets on and make sure I can do it.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Yep, no problem. Okay, this is easy enough.
Michelle, did you get a hold of Joseph?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, since the last time we talked, he was just going to come here, and I have my secretary going to set him up in our education room.
He can't get in.
Oh, okay. That I did not see. I will go get him set up.
He sent an email to all of us and has his cell phone in there.
Okay. He can't get in the building, or?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
in
he can't. Okay.
Founders Hall.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Joseph is in the building.
Okay, good.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
So this morning I come in and my one monitor is not working, like inexplicably for no reason.
Oh, no, of course. Oh, gosh.
Why do the gods hate me? So I'm just praying everything just lasts
It'll be
today, and then I'll worry
That's
about getting it fixed.
Yep, yep. Hey, at the end, then, Michelle, you're gonna send me the chat stuff and I'll do the sign-in sheets for Kathy.
Yeah, it'll take a while to get them
Yeah.
because it's one long recording, so it has to
You're just the chat, just the
yeah,
chat.
well, it saves the chat all together when it does the conversion. So I have
Oh.
saved chat on. So yeah, it'll just take a little while for it to convert and then I can pull it up.
Okay. What is wrong?
One thing we may want to tell folks is if their internet's buffering, to turn off their cameras maybe, because if we have a lot of people in a room streaming at the same time, there may be an issue with the internet.
Yeah, this is true.
Because I'm getting a buffering now and there's only four of us on here,
Oh man.
which makes me nervous. I know that's my biggest fear is the internet not working.
Yeah. Can you see my PowerPoint? I hope.
You can see it, yep.
This whole monitor thing just is the one that worries me right now. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, there's always something.
Yeah. This one isn't near as complicated as last year's with the breakout rooms and all that. So I'm not really worried about that stuff. It's just seriously.
Michelle, this is actually really good to have the slide here for this because people can't see the chat prior. Anything that's already posted, they can't see. Because I know I used to do that. I used to put in the chat, please sign in, right? But
Yeah.
you can't see anything in the chat from before you signed in. So
Oh, I didn't know that actually.
yeah, you don't see anything. Once you sign in, the chat starts for you from that point on.
Well, that seems weird.
I know, it's frustrating. That's been crazy for me.
Yeah. So I already typed in the word keynote so we can make sure that we capture who's here at the keynote.
Yep.
I'll just go through and keep making everybody co-hosts.
I hope when I'm presenting it lets me share my file because I'm trying to share right now and it's not letting me.
To
Well,
share your,
Just I was trying to just test my share file and it's not letting. Everything's blanked out. Well, let me share.
oh, probably because I'm sharing my screen. You want me to take
Oh
mine
no,
off?
you're good. Oh, you're good then. That's fine. I didn't even think about that because you're sharing. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
As
sense.
the host, I think I take precedent.
Yep, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Perfect.
Michelle, did Joseph get in then?
He did.
Okay.
He's all set up.
Just thought I'd check.
Yeah. He went to the back door. I'm not sure. Because that's what I think where everybody, he saw all the cars, but
Yeah.
no, he's in, he's good.
Okay.
I told him just let me know if he can't get on the Wi-Fi or something. He said he has his own Wi-Fi, so.
Okay.
So do you have to let everybody in individually?
In here?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
no,
I
they
didn't
just
make a
click
waiting
in.
room admit.
Luck, everybody. You've worked hard on this. Heather, are you going to talk about the evaluation a couple times?
I will try to remember to. That's what I'm getting my bearings about me right now. I'm going to print Michelle's script and I'll make extra notes all over it so that I can remind
You guys
myself.
still see my slide, I hope?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to look to make sure everything's good on the evaluation. I haven't checked it recently.
You might want to just remind them when you talk about it, that they only need to fill the ones out for the ones that they attended.
Yeah.
I went in there and looked around this morning.
Oh, you were able to get in and everything?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. That's my biggest fear is like, we can't get in. Like,
Good morning, everybody.
Christy, welcome home.
Morning.
Thank you. Nice weather you all welcomed me back to.
Wouldn't want you to feel left out.
With this weather, when the sun pops out, it makes it just more spectacular. Like last night at dusk, it was amazing.
It was on
Yeah.
our way back from the airport, there was this double rainbow where you could see the entire arc from end to end, and it just stayed there forever. And so that felt like a good sign, like, okay, it's gonna be okay to come back.
Yeah.
There's beauty everywhere. I'm gonna go off camera because I'm eating breakfast.
I don't see me. I don't necessarily want to look at myself, but when I introduce
Mm.
Alyssa, can anybody see me?
Yeah, I can see you. You're probably, you need to scroll up. Usually you go to the, like the top right under the host.
Gallery. I even put lipstick on. Participants are coming.
I see chat is disabled. Is it going to be enabled for people to contact just the host and presenters?
It's enabled on mine.
No, actually click in it, Teresa. It says chat disabled.
I typed in the chat already. I can read the chat.
I can't.
I can't either. It says
You
chat
know why?
disabled.
Because you guys, Michelle, do you have something set with the chat only being enabled for the hosts and co-hosts? We're gonna have to change
I
that.
can read the chat.
Yeah, it's only,
Try it now.
I see it.
Yeah, now it's there.
So I'm using the Owens license, not my own, so they may have that disabled. So hopefully there's nothing else. I tried to look at all the settings.
You know, if that's the worst that we have today, we're good.
Well, we found it ahead of time, so that's good.
Yeah. It's not good. I don't know what the end counts registered is. I need to email Lori right now actually to see if she can get me an Excel sheet of the final registrations for the door prizes. But we were at 96 on Wednesday,
That's
like later
great.
Wednesday afternoon.
That's great.
And this is Joseph. I do have the door prizes with me here at Founders Hall.
excellent.
Vanessa, you said yesterday you were gonna do the lunch and learn today.
Yeah.
Did you, because I completely forget, did you do a staff development form?
No.
I go ahead and do one so that we're being proper with it.
Okay.
There's nothing, no money tied to it, so I'm not like concerned about it, but that way we're doing what they've asked, you know.
Well, welcome participants who are here already. Thank you for signing in to the chat.
So Heather, Denise Smith, our provost, is going to do the welcome. She was able to make it this morning, so.
Perfect.
Do we know where everybody's from? Do we have anybody like last year where we had them from far away? Or didn't we ask?
I don't know because Lori has all that. I've got to email her right now anyway. I don't remember if we asked for that much detail.
Yeah. We have 35 on already, so that's good. Christy, I made you a co-host in case you need to do anything co-hosty.
Thank you.
Lori just sent out another invitation with links and explanation for how to sign in, so that's awesome.
Good. That's great.
Yeah, she told me yesterday because after you sent that email, Kathy, I followed up with her and she had it actually set for like it would go out at 2 hours before. So she said she could change it to yesterday. So I thought that might be better. Go ahead and get people in if they're ready, ready.
Yeah, thank you.
And Michelle, John plans to share his screen during his keynote this morning he has a PowerPoint.
Yep, I set the share to multiple shares, so.
Thank you.
I don't see Denise Smith yet, but our provost, but I'm watching for her. Oh, there she is. Hi, Denise.
Hello,
How are you?
good. Could not get the link to let me in for some reason.
Really? Oh.
I think it was user error. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh. It's okay. So Heather, I'm going to stop sharing here at 8:45 and that way then you can talk about the protocols and then we'll have Denise give our nice welcome.
Excellent. Thank you, Michelle. Sorry, doing
You're
two
fine.
things,
You're
two
good.
things at once.
Yeah. Only two? I
Yeah,
think
the
you're
other-
doing probably more than that, I'm sure.
The other two computer screens aren't working yet. Oh, the
All right,
things
I'm
you
gonna
didn't
go
really
ahead.
realize you could do virtually.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Heather Dunsweiler and I am the data manager at the YWCA Childcare Resource and Referral, and I am also the chair of the Lucas County Early Childhood Coordinating Committee, or EC3. And we are so excited to have everybody here today for our 4th annual Education Forum, 2nd virtual one. Hopefully next year we can all be back in person. I don't know about all of you, but I can only take so much of a computer screen. So hopefully next year we can all be back together, but we're super excited. I know we've got a lot of people from all around on today. So without further, without further ado, but hold on, a few housekeeping things. Make sure that you guys sign into the chat each time. So we've got our keynote this morning. So go ahead and make sure you sign in first and last name and your agency. That way, those of you that are what's the best word? Requesting CEUs. That way we can make sure that everything is in line for that. The other thing we do need to have you do is fill out the evaluation. You only need to fill out the parts of the evaluation for the sessions that you attend. So our morning after the keynote, you'll have the opportunity to choose one of the 2 breakout sessions, and then the same thing for the afternoon breakout. So you only need to fill out the ones that you were there. If you haven't found the evaluation yet, on the website where the interactive agenda is, there's another button right up there in that right-hand corner that says evaluation, and you can go right there to fill it in. I'm sure towards the end of the keynote, maybe we can put it in the chat box as well. So those are just a few little things as we go. The chat is there, so please, feel free to ask questions, things like that. So now, without further ado, I would like to welcome and thank Denise Smith from Owens Community College for being here with us today. Owens is our on-site sponsor. So since they're our on-site sponsor, they're our Zoom sponsor as well. So thank you, Denise.
Well, thank you so much. First, I have to apologize. My light is so bad here because I was not on campus today, but this was so important that I wanted to take a minute to stop in and first thank all of you for letting us host, but also to say how important we all find both early childhood education and the education of early childhood educators, which is a lot to say, actually. My mother was a kindergarten teacher and then a 3rd grade teacher. So education has always been incredibly important. In fact, I always told her I wasn't going to be a teacher, and then I ended up in education, some of which was teaching teachers. Just, that you can't get away from how you're raised, I guess. So it has always been very important in my household. And I think it continues to be more important today as we have an ever-changing educational system. So I am just so thankful that you allow Owens to be a part of this. And I hope that you have a wonderful day today.
Gotta find my mute. Sorry. Thank you, Denise. And like I said, thank you so much to Owens for being our Zoom sponsor. And hopefully we can continue this partnership next year and be back on campus again. I also want to shout out to CareSource because they were our CEU sponsor. They sponsored the full application fee for the CEUs today. So just couldn't do it without you guys. So without further ado, the second time around here, I'm going to turn it over to Elisa and Chuck Hage to welcome us with a little bit of music.
Good morning. We're so excited to be able to be with you this morning and to get the morning started in a really exciting and movement-filled kind of way. So welcome. I'm Elisa Huss-Hage and I am here with my husband, Chuck. We call ourselves Just Kidding Around, and we've been training teachers and singing songs with families for many, many years. So we're going to start this morning by welcoming you and singing a song.
This is a song that Jim Gill, our friend, wrote about all of us that are in Ohio. It's a great song to take us through all the emotions you're going to go through today. Enjoy.
Make sure you're moving and singing along wherever you might be, because that's the fun of it.
In the great state of Ohio, from Cincinnati to Toledo, we never simply say hello. We sing, oh hey, oh hi,
Sing
hello,
along, oh hey, oh hi, hello, oh hey, oh hi, hello, oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello.
When we're sad and teary-eyed, we sing it even as we cry. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello. Sure, we'll sing it when we're sad. We'll sing it even when we're mad. Oh hey, oh hi, hello, boy. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello. When we're at the library, we always sing it quietly. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello. When we're in a great big crowd, you know we sing it really loud. Oh hey, oh hi, oh. Oh hey, oh hi, oh. Oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello. Underwater in the swimming pool, it really sounds unusual. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, hello. Oh hey, oh hi, oh hey, oh hi, hello. There you go.
Round of applause.
Yeah. All right. Well, we don't have the apparatus to do our usual physical stuff, so we're going to go with the inspirational. Go ahead. You can talk about that.
Yeah, so this morning we're going to sing a song called The Kindergarten Wall, which, as we all know in the profession that we have, the kindergarten wall is more than just the kindergarten wall. It's the child care center wall. It's the early Head Start classroom. It's the home visitors. It's the social workers, all of us in this community that we are who support young children and their families. So you're all familiar with the poem by Robert Fulghum. And I think it would be very appropriate today that we sing this song in honor of our colleague, Paul Smansky, who has given so much and been a champion for our community. So if you're familiar with this poem, which I suspect you all are, the words will be very familiar to all of you. So please join us as we're singing and just keep Paul in your heart and his family and the Catholic Club family close as we're really celebrating the important work that we all do and that Paul has been such a beautiful example for all of us.
John McCutcheon took this beautiful poem and turned it into a great song called The Kindergarten Wall. When I was a little kid, not so long ago, I had to learn a lot of stuff I didn't even know. How to dress myself and tie my shoes, how to skip a rope, how to smile for a picture without looking like a dope. Remember school pictures? Of all the things I learned, my favorite of them all was a little poem hanging on that child care center wall. Oh, all you learn here, remember this the best. Don't hurt each other and clean up your mess. Take a nap every day, wash before you eat. Hold hands, stick together, look before you cross the street. Remember the seed in the little paper cup. First the root goes down and then the plant grows up. Well, it was first, second, third grade, fourth grade too, where I had to learn the big things that big kids do. How to add, subtract, and multiply, read and write and play. How to sit in that little uncomfortable desk for nearly half the day. Of all the things they taught me, of all the big and small, my favorite was that poem on that child care center wall. Of all you learn here, remember this the best. Don't hurt each other and clean up your mess. Take a nap every day, wash before you eat. Hold hands, stick together, look before you cross the streets. Remember the seed in the little paper cup. First the root goes down and then the plants grows up. Well, lately I've been worried to look around and see an awful lot of grown-ups acting foolish as can be. I know there's lots of things to know I haven't mastered yet. Still, it seems there's real important stuff that grown-ups soon forget. I think we'd all be better off if we would just recall a little poem hanging on that child care center wall. Of all you learn here, remember this the best. Don't hurt each other and clean up your mess. Take a nap every day, wash before you eat. Hold hands, stick together, look before you cross the street. Remember the seed in the little paper cup. First the root goes down and then the plant grows up. Yay! So Robert has also written a lot of other things. He's a profound author, and he also shares some other insight that we're going to leave you with today before we hand it off to my colleague and friend, John Jones, as he's going to share with us about comprehensive early childhood. So, you know, in this world that we're living and the challenges that we have, COVID, somebody mentioned, you know, like we're just exhausted with Zoom and it's just so hard to be together and for each other. And really, it's more important now than ever that we do that. So we're just going to leave you with last words that are also Robert's. He says, be aware of wonder, live a balanced life, learn some and think some and draw and paint and sing and dance and play and work some every day. So with that, have a great day. We've got so many wonderful people who are presenting today and who have wonderful wisdom and insight to share to fill us all back up. So we're ready to go back out there and do all that we can do to support the children and families of our community. So thanks for letting us be here with you today. Thanks for all your hard work. Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you so much, Chuck and Elisa. That's a great way to get us started, get us in the mood for this early childhood, Day of Early Childhood Education. So again, I'm going to remind everybody, make sure that you sign into the chat with your first and last name. And I am going to turn it over to Christy Hannon to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I have the honor and privilege of introducing Reverend John Jones, Reverend Jones has been involved in the effort to expand access to high quality early childhood experiences for all children in our community for the past several years. And most recently was named the president of Hope Toledo, which I'm sure he will give a more eloquent description of when he begins. But many of you know Hope Toledo for both its initiatives to provide access to college for high school students and their parents, as well as the umbrella for the pre-K project in our community. So it's a very exciting moment in Toledo and Lucas County to be able to provide these early care and education experiences to more children, and especially those who have limited access to these programs. So Reverend Jones is going to talk with us about Hope Toledo, the demonstration project that has started this fall, and what we hope to achieve in our community for all young children and their families, and for our workforce, which is also a critically important piece of all of this work, and has certainly been highlighted during the pandemic, how important all of you are in providing services and supports to children and families. So I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, Reverend John Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Handon. I hope everybody can hear me pretty good. How exciting to start the day off with you all this morning on a what looked like was going to be a dreary Friday morning. The sun's trying to peek out just a little bit if you guys got a window access somewhere. So we can't be more, I couldn't be more excited to be here and to join you. And so Dr. Handon, thank you for that introduction. And for those of you that don't know, and I know all of you do know, Christy Handon is one of Toledo's best, and the work that they're doing there with the Lucas County Family Council, Early Head Start, and so many different things is outstanding. So I'm thrilled that I could be here and join. So I just want to give a couple quick shout outs so I don't forget it before I end. A big thanks to Heather over at the YW for two things. One, coordinating all of this stuff, and then two, for staying on top of me, because I probably would have forgot half the stuff if she hadn't have bugged me for a few different things, as we all know how this goes. So I'm really excited for the invite. And then the second shout out is to Chuck and Elisa Hayes. Wow, what a way to start the morning, right? I didn't think I'd be up here clapping on beat. A little hard for me early in the morning, but we were able to do that. So I'm thrilled to be able to work with her, and you'll hear me talk about that just a little bit here today. But then finally, just a big shout out to each of you, and I'll talk through this during this short little share time today, but a huge shout out to each and every one of you. Dr. Handon explained that I've been sitting in this seat, quote, at Hope Toledo for about a year. Literally yesterday, a year ago, was the day that Hope Toledo made the announcement that I was sitting in this seat. But we've been sitting around the table with early childhood educators, with providers, with other partners, probably for about 2 years now. And quite literally, when I first walked in that room, I walked in silent so that I could listen and be able to learn. I do not come into the space to say, hey, I got this all figured out. I am not an early childhood educator. I've spent most of my time in life in the business world or the nonprofit world. I am fortunate because I do believe that God does all things on purpose. And so because I have that background and backdrop, I do think it allows me to look at this from a little bit of a different lens while still understanding the work that is being done, has been done, needs to be done. And so I'm saying all of this to preface it. You'll hear me say this a couple times today, but I am so grateful to be in a room and be considered part of this early childhood education sector. You guys, ladies, excuse me, all of you, and I meant guys in a very slang way, but you all are like the best of the best. And watching the work that you all do every single day to take care of our children, to prepare teachers, to teach our children, to build this space in our community. I can't say thank you enough for what you've done and what you continue to do every single day. So I wanted to make sure I got that out the way. I'm going to say it again, but in case I didn't say it that way, I got it out the way so I could say it in that way up top. What I want to do a little bit today is to really talk about what would it look like for us to really engage in building out this comprehensive community-based approach to early childhood education and care here in our city. And so there's, again, so many of you that have been doing this work for a really long time. And again, as I've listened, I've heard people share with me, well, we did this back 10 years ago, and we did this back 15 years ago, and we tried to do this previously. And so I've heard some of the fits and starts. I've heard some of the great things that have been able to maintain. And I've heard some of the stuff that sort of went by the wayside and didn't go exactly how everybody wanted it to. And so part of what I'll talk to today is going to be how we build that collaborative approach and continue to foster that inside of our community, and then touch on some other strategies. So hopefully this is engaging. I do want this to be as, how shall I say this, as interactive as possible. So I'm going to ask you to do a few things. And so let me just test out a couple things real quick. When I share my screen, which I will in a minute, I'm going to ask you to go up into the top bar of your screen and see if you can find a little button that says annotate. And if you can, we're going to walk our way through that, because I want you to sort of, on a few different slides that I'll pop up, I'll ask you to annotate. So we'll do a little exercise in just a second when I get there. And I think that's enough of my preliminaries, and I might have a couple more before we end. So if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen. Again, Heather got me all prepped up. So I think this is going to work well. I do have one embedded video. If that don't work as well, don't worry about it. We're not lost in the sauce if I don't do it. It's just 50 more seconds of you all having some time back, as opposed to listening to me or watching some of the crazy stuff that I'll put up on screen, right? So let's go with this. And hopefully you all can see this. Please say yes, you can. And if so, then I'm going to attempt to go to let's do this real quick. You see that annotate button that I'm hovering over right there? You all probably have played around with this for a little bit of time. They can't see it? Maybe not.
Nope, I think that's only on your end.
Is that only on my end?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Ain't that terrible? Okay, that's okay. Don't worry about the annotate. We'll use our chat space to sort of talk through some of the things that we need to do. So
we all have reaction buttons though.
Okay, well, that'll work. That reaction buttons will be great. Thank you, Michelle, for
you're welcome.
for saying that.
It's at the bottom of your screen, everyone. When you see the chat, if you just keep going over to the right, you'll see a reactions button, so we can react that way if that's okay.
Got it. That would be excellent. So then when I get to that point, we'll sort of ask that. So the title of my talk here this morning is going to be Equity in Education, and really how do we create this comprehensive community-based approach to early childhood education and care. Let me be clear. I sort of gave you a little bit of my background. I do not come at this totally and completely from an early childhood educator perspective. I do approach this somewhat from a business aspect, from a community aspect. As Dr. Hannon introduced me, she did call me Reverend. I am an ordained minister. I serve at my church with my dad as our pastor. My grandmother was our first pastor. So I'm born and raised Toledo, right? So if there's one thing that I love, it's Toledo. And I love Toledo's people. And I've seen some of the ups and downs. I'm young, but I've still seen some of the ups and downs, and the stuff I haven't seen. I got a dad who's been here since he was 8 years old, 7 years old, and he's seen it because he's 84. And he's told me every story in the book that I can ever remember. I'm thinking about writing him a book, by the way, but there's so many stories. So I've seen a lot. And so part of the way in which my lens in looking at this is how we do it. So imagine with me, if you will, a community of children, right? Which is represented by the children that you see on this screen. It's clip art, forgive me for that. But imagine, if you will, a community of children who are surrounded by and have access to childcare providers who are serving with high quality provision of care, high quality education, and the children have equitable, affordable access to that care. Imagine with me, if you will, those childcare providers being able to access community resources, partnerships with folks all across community in order to serve those same children. And if you think about putting those two together and you think about those groups, our health and human service agencies, our childcare providers, our educators, all of them then partnering, and I emphasize that word partnering, with parents and families who are caring for their children, obviously in ways. I personally believe it is this nexus of space right here in the center is when all of us come collectively together. I'm just throwing it out here. Imagine a community that did this extremely well. Imagine a community that could get out of their own silos and say, you know what? I'm pouring everything I got into these children to serve them in the best way possible. Well, guess what? I believe we are creeping towards that. And I believe we're moving very fast in that direction because of the work that all of you provide on a day-to-day basis. So today, a few of the learning objectives, just to remind everybody, because I do realize there's some CEUs out here. A few of the learning objectives for today is to apply collaborative practices within the ECE sector to foster better outcomes for children. And I emphasize the all children. Another learning objective is to integrate proven techniques for family engagement within their center environments. And then thirdly, to recognize effective methods for creating equitable education experiences for young children. I highlighted the beginning letters of each of those objectives because I believe that this is literally the air we breathe. If we can really work together to create this space, our children will be able to breathe and be able to breathe clean air in order to make these things happen. So those are my learning objectives. Hopefully I hit them all today. It's my plan to do so as we walk through this. But think about this. I think everybody knows what this is. This is a zip code, right? And so this is 43604 because it's literally where I'm sitting right now because I'm in my office and my office is in downtown Toledo, which sits in the 04. But for all intents and purposes, these are probably 5 of the most important digits in a person's life. Where you live, the zip code in which you live, or the zip code in which you were born, the zip code in which you were raised, has massive reverberations across a person's entire life. And so when you think about the zip code and how much it matters in a couple different ways. One is related to life expectancy. And there are significant life expectancy gaps that exist across the country. But when you think about cities, these numbers that I presented to you right here are specific cities and the life expectancy gap within those cities. So from one zip code with the lowest life expectancy to another zip code with the highest life expectancy, you see the gap that is here. Notice with me, if you will, these Ohio cities that are right here. Toledo in and of itself, there's a 19-year life expectancy gap from the zip code with the lowest, which is 43604, right around 43604 in that neighborhood, which is where I physically live. Not only is my office here, but I live in the 04. I stay right on Division in that neck of the woods, Division in Indiana. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump for me to get downtown. But if you go west in our town in Toledo and you head out towards Sylvania, so on and so forth, no offense to any Sylvanians on here, but that has the highest life expectancy based on zip code. But there is a 19-year gap. How do we address that gap and do 2 things? Ensure that those with the lower life expectancies can live a little bit longer, expect to live a little bit longer. And I believe one of the crucial components of that is education. A few other details that I think I need to share with you. If you think about income in Toledo, around 40% of our young children are living below the poverty line. I know this is preaching to the choir for most of you because you already understand this, but I just felt like it was important to level set for today. If you think about where we are, because we're talking about early childhood ed, if you think about KRA scores, the heat map that I placed here is placed in a way that says, hey, this is the city of Toledo, map of the city of Toledo. The darker the color, the lower the KRA scores, indicating the higher the need. One would say, well, look, downtown Toledo, that neck of the woods in there, which is sort of core in our city, seems to be doing a little bit better. You're absolutely right, because we've poured in over time a lot of resources into particular areas, whether that's through community-based providers or through our school district, Toledo Public Schools, through Head Start, and other things we've been able to target. But my thought process is why isn't all of this a lighter shade? What can we do to get there to ensure that our children are walking into kindergarten ready to learn, but that means they've got to get exposed to these early education opportunities in a way that is accessible and affordable for them. So we know that the need exists across Toledo. And then you think about the health component of this. So background ways, I've worked at a health system for about 16, 17 years prior to digging directly into this work. And so infant mortality is a really big deal, right? Moms who deliver low birth weight babies, and you see all the stats there, I'm not going to read them. But we know what happens when our children do not get off to a strong start in life. And if they don't get a strong educational component in that early space, what that then turns into over time. And so these things are critically important as we think about it. And oh, by the way, COVID-19 is real. And so I do want to pause real quick here. Elisa mentioned it earlier, and I know we're all thinking about it, so I don't want to dig too deep here, but our hearts and thoughts are with the Catholic Club family and with Paul's family. And it just reiterates and underscores how very serious COVID-19 is. I don't approach this by looking at it and saying, oh, we got to be afraid in a certain kind of way, but there's a level of cautiousness that I think is important. But we now have to look at what are the impacts of having 18 months of COVID with us over this time. What has happened to our children? How have they been impacted, not only educationally, but how have they been impacted from a social and emotional perspective? And then even deeper than that, how have our teachers and our educators and our families and all the folks that wrap around this space, how have they been impacted by the COVID-19 virus, but also how COVID-19 has made us have to adjust our lives? I'll be real honest with you. I would have had a ball being in a room with y'all today. And I understand the reason why, right? So I'm not crazy to say, oh, they should have done it in person, but I would have loved to be in person with you today. But I understand what COVID has done and why it is that we're able to do this virtually. But there are some benefits, right? Because now everybody's learned how to Zoom, maybe not perfectly, but we've all learned how to do it so we can connect in different ways. But COVID-19 is a very real process. Couple all of that together. It then leads me into a discussion to talk about how do we address the equity issues in our community. Let me be real clear. There is a stark difference between equality, equity, and justice. And I just want to take these next couple slides to sort of walk through this. I think you all probably have seen a slide similar to this if you haven't seen this exact one, right? So in the other part of my life, I'm a diversity practitioner. I've taught this stuff around the country on staff for American Hospital Association, and we do a certificate of diversity and management program. So I've taught this stuff on a regular. You all know that equality means that everyone's getting the same thing. It's equal treatment. Everybody gets the same. It means sameness. Equity, however, means fairness. And this is what's important, is how do we get to the spot where all of our children and our families are getting the support that they need, how they need it, at the space where we're meeting them in that way. And then, oh, by the way, we've added this third component, which I really like, is the conversation around justice. When you look at these two, the first two, equality and equity, there's a wooden fence in the way. So it's blocking me from seeing anything if I don't have the supports necessary to participate. So the chain link fence allows me to see through the fence, participate in the game. Some people will argue, well, I don't want a fence. I'm of the belief that sometimes you need a fence because there's little things like privacy, FERPA, HIPAA, I can keep going, right? You need some levels of boundaries because I can't just walk in and get access to a kid. I need the doors locked. I need there to be a process. I need background checks. I need all those different things. And so this last component on this slide of justice allows us to really address what was the cause of the inequity. And what caused there to be the need for the boxes. The cause for the need of the boxes, right, is the wooden fence. And that wooden fence can be seen in different ways. And I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. And so part of my conversation today is really driving around this equity discussion because it is so critical, right? Implicit bias, we've all talked about this before, and I think we know what it means. And I'm not gonna read through each of these points on this slide. But how do we ensure that we're addressing our own implicit bias or our own biases that we have? Let me be very clear. Every single person on this call, every single person walking in life has bias. To have bias does not mean you are racist. And so let me be real clear, because some people have conflated this conversation a little bit too much, in my own personal opinion. Racism is real and racism exists. But one of the things that I consistently say, and I say this without fear of contradiction, if everything is racist, nothing is. And so we have to be very careful about what we call racist, but we also have to be very careful about checking our own biases at the door. When we have, when we don't do that, the associations that we develop early in life then impact how we then play out life going forward, which is why teaching our children at an early age and being able to do it in a culturally competent way that is equitable and all those different things and culturally relevant is so important, because we're able to teach our children at the early stages what these things really look like. And then the impacts of the other exposures throughout life, right, can be mitigated, because we know between media and social media and all those different things, we're fed information on a regular basis. And so I wanted to just make sure that I covered this space and a few things that you can get. And I'll make sure that Heather has this so she can share this out. This is a link for those of you that may not have seen Harvard's implicit association test. We've put that there so you can do it. So before I go further, I'm going to see if this video works. If you can't hear it, I get it. Don't worry about it. I'll stop it. But I'll keep my screen up so that we can see what this does. So let's see where this goes. See how we get here. So
John, when you share a video, there's a little box that says share the audio before you click play. So when you go to share it, so that should pop up for you.
So I did not see it. So
Okay.
Did you guys hear anything?
No, we don't see your,
You
we
can't
don't see
see
the
that
video.
piece of my screen. That's what that is.
I think if you stop sharing and then reshare by clicking the button and on the video, it'll be there.
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding. You guys are smart. So let's do this. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
And as long as you click that button, you'll be good.
I'm not sure if I did the video piece, but let's just try it, see what it does.
Yep. Yep, we can
We can hear it.
Sweet. I'm gonna skip the ad because none of us need that.
This is an awareness test. How many times does the team in white pass the ball? If you answered 13 passes, you are correct. But did you see the moonwalking gorilla?
Oh my God. Yeah, I did. Yes.
So, I'm gonna stop sharing that. And then I'm gonna come back to this my other screen and what I want you to do, see. All right, can you see all that? Use your reaction button, and folks just pop on there a little heart or some kind of emoji, thumbs up emoji if you saw the dancing gorilla on the first time. If you saw the dancing gorilla the first time, pop it up. Some of you may have seen this video before. You may have. Pop it there. Yeah. I don't see a ton of thumbs up. So here's the purpose with that. And I saw a raised hand. Mindy, do you have a question? Or she might have just been using that to say she saw the dancing gorilla. So I use.
Sorry, I was using it for the dancing gorilla.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you. So I show this because oftentimes that last statement that they made, you miss things that you're not looking for. And I believe that is critically important in this work that we're doing, because some of the things that we don't see, especially with working with our children, if we're not looking for it, especially when you start talking about equity and how we're engaging and things like my next slide, which I'll show, sometimes we're not really looking for it. And we'll say, hey, I'm just doing the work and I'm really going out here doing it. And we might miss some things that are being challenged or that are challenges for our children and our families. And so it's really important as we navigate our way through how we do all of that work. So just talk a little bit about still dealing with this whole equity conversation and how we navigate through it. Things like structural racism issues. And these are things that are connected directly to things that we have seen across time as being tied to institutional or structural racism. If you view things through this lens or you pass things through this lens, you end up realizing that in education, and I can use this framework for almost any industry, whether it's healthcare, business, whatever it is, oftentimes the outcomes, because of the impact, if not abated, of things like structural racism, of things like biases and discrimination and all those things, what we end up seeing is potential for higher suspension rate, poor reading scores, poor math scores at the 8th grade level, and lower kindergarten readiness scores. And so it's critically important that we take time to understand what these all are. So before I move forward into the next piece of this, and you can read that quote there, take a minute to put in the chat for me real quick, just sort of what you're feeling. I know that there is a lot going on in our community. There's a lot going on across the country. And especially over the last 18 months, 19 months or so with COVID and with all the things that have happened around social justice issues, things of that nature. But drop into the chat one word that describes how you're feeling. And I'll give you just about 15, 20 seconds to do that. Drop in the chat one word that describes how you're feeling in the midst of this. Wow, underwater, overwhelmed, stressed, discouraged. I see hope and despair, which is phenomenal. Hopeful, frustrated, nervous, drowning, defeated, political issues versus human issues, right? Sad but hopeful, not enough resources, tired but hopeful, challenged. So when you think about this, determined, I love that one. When you think about how you're feeling and you think about all these pieces, and so what I walked through on the front end of it is really where we are, these issues of equity, how we navigate through, somebody said hurt, how we navigate through these things. We have to now, as a sector, right, begin to look at how do we address this collectively. I personally believe gone should be the day of trying to fight these battles in silos. And I know how it is. I know we get hunkered down and say, I gotta focus and I gotta go get this done. I know it, I get it, I feel it, I do it myself at times. But I think now more than ever, we got to come up with ways as to how we work this together. And that really is the purpose of Hope Toledo. And so our mission is to support and ensure high quality education from birth to career, right? And we put in here preschool, post-secondary, trade schools. So a lot of you heard about our work around the promise and saw the announcement that we made with Pete Cadence well over a year ago. And I'm going to talk about that very little bit at the end. But our mission is to support and ensure high quality education for every young person in the city of Toledo to create generational economic change for the betterment of our families and community. Let me highlight the two key words for me out of this: support and ensure. Hope is not here to take anybody's place. Hope is not here to go steal a piece of the pie. But what we're here to do is to really work collectively together and create this collaborative vision. And I won't even say create a collaborative vision, but execute on a collaborative vision. You all are working this and have been doing this for such a long time. Nobody's coming along. I tell our team all the time that I see this as a big old sandbox, right? That our kids play in. Hope may have a sandbox, and we may be saying to folks, hey, come on and play in our sandbox. If you got sand that you want to bring to that box, come on and bring it. I'm not telling you to go tear up your own sandbox. I'm not telling you to throw your sand away. I'm not telling you to get rid of your toys. What I'm saying is let's find a way that we can collectively play in a sandbox. And when you go back to yours, which you may need to do the work that you're doing, but we can all work together. And if you need a little sand from our box, take it. By all means. If you need a toy from our box, take it. By all means, because what we're here to do is to support high quality education across the board for all of our children. And the goal, especially in the pre-K space, and several of you have participated with us in this conversation, is to ensure kindergarten readiness and subsequent successful school performance for all of Toledo's children. I believe we can get there. And there is no doubt in my mind that we can get there. And it takes a collective approach in order to do that. So I'm just going to highlight a few objectives that we have, and then I'm going to dig into some of the quality supports, and then I'll be out of your way. The first, all of these are important to us, but we believe that we've got to provide access, right, to those that are traditionally underserved, but also to all populations, right? So there are some families who still need help. Let's just be honest. I was raised in, I think we were poor. My parents didn't really let us know that, right? Because, somehow or another, dad kept doing what he needed to do, and we turned out okay, right? But at the end of the day, there's folks who may not be able to access certain places for education, and they may not be able to access certain resources that could be available to them. How do we make sure that we serve them? So providing access is critical. We also want to work with providers to ensure fiscal soundness. Some of you have heard this discussion around Iron Triangle, right? How do we ensure that we staff up enrollment? How do we optimize enrollment? How do we maximize fee collection? Those three things working together to ensure strength in our provider community. Yes, family, COVID has really laid bare some major issues for a lot of our community-based providers and a lot of our service agencies, and we have to navigate through that. This third bullet is so important to me, and I can't highlight it enough. So any teachers on this call know that I love y'all. Teachers need to be competitively and fairly compensated. That was a pregnant pause on purpose. That must happen. And I'll be real honest, and I'll talk about this in just a few minutes. Across our sector, you all know that don't necessarily happen. And for Hope Toledo, one of our main objectives is to ensure that we can start moving in that direction and support our entities, our centers, to be able to provide those fair wages, those competitive wages in a way that helps their business, but more importantly, helps our children. Teachers also need to get professional training. The work that, as I mentioned before, that Dr. Hannon does, this coordinating committee, and others that are doing work to provide professional development and coaching and planning time and all that is so important. Y'all know how important it is for lower ratios. Y'all know how important it is for curriculum-rich programming that is, in essence, full year kind of stuff is a really big deal. A few more objectives. We want to work, Hope does, work with 3, 4, and 5-star providers to assist them as they're working up the quality scale, but we don't just leave it at that, family. We also want to make sure that we're working with 1- and 2-star providers, because at the end of the day, I'm not delusional. I have been in buildings that are 1-star providers that have such a phenomenal atmosphere, a phenomenal environment of high quality, but according to our state step up to quality scale, they have to do a few things in order to get through that. And we know that we want to encourage more providers, more centers to move along that process. For lack of a better phrase, and y'all shoot me later, y'all know sometimes I say stuff and I get in trouble for it. Step up to quality is the name of the game right now, right? That's what's there. That's what we measure ourselves by. But let's not be delusional and think that just because a center is a 2-star does not mean that they're not providing quality service to the children that they are seeing every day. Do we need to help and work with them so that we can assist them as they're working on their continued sustainability plans and all that? Heck yeah, because we want them to stay open, because they're serving such a huge need. And so Hope comes along to do that. Health and Human Service Agency partnerships, I'll talk about that before I'm done, but all of you on this call that are in that space are so important. And then parents, y'all, we can't underscore that enough, how important working with them and working with families are inside of the mix. And then we know as an organization for Hope, we've got to govern ourselves accordingly. So these next few minutes, and then I'm going to open it up for questions. And if y'all got questions, just raise your hand. You can interrupt me. Is to really talk about some of these quality support strategies. I listed them in our objectives, but here are some of the things that we view, and I know you all view as huge as it relates to quality support, whether it's reduced ratios, teacher qualifications, culturally competent curriculum, coaching for our teachers, pre-K to kindergarten transition. Family, let's be real. We got to make sure that these kids not only get a great experience in pre-kindergarten, but they got to get a great experience in kindergarten and beyond, because all this work goes to naught, right, if we're not supporting throughout that process. I personally believe that our K-12 environment does a good job in the work that they do, whether that's Toledo Public, Washington Local, or even y'all public school folks, don't shoot me, even our privates and parochials, right? They do great work in educating. We have a great educational space in Toledo. We've got to do we got to continue to increase the work of transitioning our children and our families into that space so we see the outcomes that we want later in life. And then, by the way, we got to make sure that we provide some business coaching and all that. And to that end about business coaching, one of the things that we're really working on now, we're doing this in partnership with the YWCA, Child Care Resource and Referral, and Toledo Early Learning Coalition. We submitted a proposal to the Greater Toledo Community Foundation, and we're funded for the next 3 years to provide shared service in this community. How important is that on the business side of the house? And here's some of the resources that are there. Business services. The YW has a sub pool that they've pulled together and are working to build technical assistance, back office work, professional development, all these different things that are provided. And you all know this, right? Because you use these resources. But now we are working collectively together, collaboratively, so that we can increase that service provision and make sure that the sustainability, the technology that is needed to ultimately serve more children and do it in a high level way is there. So that's one strategy. Family engagement. We know if we can increase parents' engagement, we can see an increase in that daily attendance. And y'all know that's important, not just for dollars in reimbursement, even though it is, but it's also important because the families now build this space of me showing up, participating with my kids. And then I do this throughout my lifetime, not just in the pre-K space. And so here's a few strategies. And by all means, I really want you to either drop in the chat or raise your hand or unmute. Tell me some of your practices that you have around this work of family engagement. What are some of the things that you are doing that you have found that work really well? Either hit it in the chat or you can unmute and share it for just a second. Anybody can jump in and just share a strategy or two that you have found that have been successful in engaging families to work with their partner with their children.
And John, I'm watching the chat and I'll let you know if there's anything
Cool.
there.
Do that. Bi-weekly follow-up calls. I saw that.
Yep.
What else? Anything else that's there? Dr. Hannon will read them.
I'm assuming that home visitors, community health workers, and other early education providers are in the same category as childcare providers for this.
Yes, yep.
So parent cafe with a gift basket for participating.
Nice. And family, let's just say this out loud. I know we always say, man, I don't know, do we have to give them food all the time? Food does work sometimes, right? I mean, it's a way, especially in the environment that we're in now, right? It's difficult to get to spaces. And so that's a big one. What else? Anything else? I'll just take a couple more, another minute on this, and then I'll keep walking. But any other practices that you found that work?
Family socialization activities, fun times to get together. And then when needed, I ask parents if they can do me a favor and please attend a meeting or assist with whatever's needed.
Got it. That's good.
About relationship building, two-way street. Someone else said allowing families to have a say in the care of their children.
Absolutely. That's why I use that word partner at the very beginning, family, because that's what we're doing. So keep dropping them in the chat, because I know we're recording this, so you guys can come back and visit this as you're walking your way through. But let me just list out some things, because you've already sort of tapped on some of these. I lead with mutual respect, relational trust, and authenticity. I cannot say this enough. Folks want to know that you actually, what Maya Angelou put it this way, people care less about what you say until they know that you care. I paraphrase that. That's not the exact quote. But at the end of the day, how we engage in this space and make it a two-way street, which Dr. Hannon mentioned or read off of one of the things that you all shared, that's crucially important. And I know you all know that as we're navigating through. Watch this. Being culturally aware and having culturally responsive strategies is so critical, because there are challenges that families face and our ability to meet them where they are. So you've got a wide cadre of children that are going to come through your doors. How do we meet them where they are with culturally responsive strategies inside of the space? And oh, by the way, as we talk about equity and as we talk about doing this, it's not just race and gender, family. We're talking about ability. We're talking about children who may have disabilities coming into our centers. How do we make sure that they feel a mutual respect and are treated in an authentic way? Accurately identifying barriers is crucial. How do we ensure that we identify those barriers that exist? And those barriers could be a myriad of things, right? We know that there's a digital divide, right? How do we make sure we address that barrier? So we say, hey, I'm gonna send you an email with X, and if they don't have access to go check their email on a regular, we may miss that connection. And it's little things to make sure that we've identified the barriers and found ways to close gaps where necessary. I believe that asking, which is part of one of the things that you all said, engaging them in the care of their child, asking families what's going on. So I say surveying. Let me be clear. Most people don't want to be poked and prodded. So at the end of the day, it's how you survey, and there's a whole lot of ways you can get questions answered. And it doesn't have to be go fill out this survey online to give us X, Y, and Z. You can just sit with them as they're picking up their child and ask questions, and you can get the answers to them. And we found some unique ways in order to do it. Always utilizing an equity lens. Again, let me go back to that because I can't say it enough. This and this is not just about race. This is not just about color. This is about all these other components that play into the mix. And so we've got families that have to deal with various ability issues that are there. How do we address that in the classroom? We've got other issues that arise from a mental health standpoint. How are we ensuring that we're addressing those needs with children that come and may struggle with ADD or ADHD and other types of things? How do we work with them so that we meet them where they are and allow them to learn in a way? And then things like home visitation, you all have said all these things. That's why I asked you first, because y'all are the experts in the space, right? And then exercising and using various tools for communication. I know there are tools out there that allow for texting of information and sharing stuff back and forth and being able to use those in your center. And we at Hope Toledo are looking at the ways in which we can support that process. Not gonna hang out here on the ratios. Y'all know how important that is, right? The lower the ratio, the better. Here at Hope Toledo, we're focusing on a 1-to-10 ratio. I know Head to Start has something around a 1-to-8 ratio, particularly in the pre-K space. But we know how critical it is that we deal with that. Again, I raised the discussion around ensuring that we are fairly compensating our teachers. Let me tell you one of the reasons why. To recruit a diverse teaching population, we've got to make sure that we paying teachers, you know, what they need to be paid. Now, let me be clear. I was married to a teacher for 14 years, and we have a wonderful relationship because we have 3 children and we co-parent really well together, right? And I'm grateful to God for that space. So we talk almost every day, and listening to her stories, having lived it, and then listening to her stories as a teacher, and she teaches in the K-8 space. Teachers don't get paid what they need to get paid, period. And so I say that out loud without fear of contradiction, right? Because I know what we brought into our house. But in this sector, seems like it's even worse, and we got to do a better job of making sure we address it. And we know how it plagues, especially from a benefits perspective and other things. And this impacts turnover, and it impacts us here in Toledo directly. So that last bullet point is where I was getting to. We got to collectively value our most vital human resource, and that is our teachers. And I'll say that every day of the week. Providing coaching for them, I'm not going to hang out long there, but we know that the coaching and the professional development is the glue that allows us to connect our training to our practice. And so sessions like these and others are crucial, and we've got to work with our centers so that we build in the time so that they have the appropriate planning time to be able to get it done. Why is this important? And I'm almost done, just a couple more slides, and then would love to answer questions. The mental health space is crucial. So I'm teeing this up because we've been talking with a handful of people here at Hope Toledo. We've been talking with folks as to how we help providers work their way through. Some of you are already doing this and you're working through it. You all have heard the term ACEs, right? And I think all of you have, adverse childhood experiences, right? And there's a pair of ACEs that I put in this graphic there that I lifted from the website. Not only do we have adverse childhood experiences, but we have adverse community environments. And so the space in which we live, just went through a training earlier this week and helped to facilitate an afternoon session that was around groundwater, done by the Racial Equity Institute. And so the groundwater in which we live, right, feeds into the various spaces of our lives. And so the roots in which this tree sits, right, then spurs out, and those branches end up becoming some of these things. And we know what ACEs are, but we also know, according to a CDC study, which was done between CDC and Kaiser Permanente back in the mid-90s, there is a link, a direct link between the experience of an adverse childhood space and the higher likelihood of negative health and behavior outcomes. There is a direct link. The more ACEs a child experiences, so all the stuff that we listed over here, emotional abuse, domestic violence, homelessness, various things, the more exposure they have there, the more negative outcomes will be. And so we've got to work collectively together to really begin to deal in things like trauma-informed care and other things of that nature so that we can really navigate how those pieces come together. Why is all this important? The other end of our stick is the post-secondary side. If children don't get a strong start, they don't end up with a strong future. They're not able to go to work and work in a gainfully employed space that allows them to be a tax producer, not a tax consumer. Right now in Toledo, about approximately 18% of our adults have a bachelor's degree or higher, that level of attainment. Now, I'm not saying a 4-year degree is the end all be all of anything, right? I believe between trade school and 2-year school, our community colleges, there's so much positives that go on there. But we know that the more education you get, the more opportunities you have to learn and earn across your lifetime. So what we're doing with the Promise, and I say this very quickly and briefly, is we're working with 2 classes right now at Scott High School. You guys heard that announcement. And we're working with approximately 120 or so kids, 115 to 220 kids. We're also working in a 2-generational fashion with about 30 of their parents in order to provide tuition, room, board, books, fees where applicable after any financial aid. So these young people and one of their parents or legal guardians can go pursue post-secondary education and do so without acquiring and incurring student loan debt. We think it's huge because we think it opens the door, but I also know that if they don't get a strong start, and we're seeing it, so children that did not have a strong educational start struggle at this point in their life. They made it through K-12, but they end up struggling. And so for us, it is a full cradle to career conversation. And it drives towards this discussion around psychological well-being and psychological safety. And we've got to be able to deal with this because our children that are 16, 17, 18, 19 are dealing with psychological safety issues that started when they were 2, 3, 4. And you all know this. Again, I know I'm preaching to the choir. So the vision, told you earlier, what if we wrapped our children? Now I'm saying, if we wrapped our children, and now we get to our kids that are going into post-secondary and beyond, if we wrapped them with solid K-12, if K-12 partnered real well with post-secondary, and then that partnership then dovetailed with employers, we would be able to see a community that now has a wonderful place to work. Folks are engaged in the process, doing what it is that they can do every single day. That's our vision. That's why we do this work at Hope Toledo. I would encourage you to pick up this book. I put it in every presentation that I do, especially to groups like this. Good to Great is a great book, but there's also Good to Great for the social sectors. And these last couple slides talk about the incomplete leader. If you've never read a Harvard Business Review article, I would encourage you to read this one. If you never read any other Harvard Business Review article, read this one, because this one talks about how you engage in the space and use things like sense making, understanding the context of your business. So for all of our childcare providers and all of our folks that are working inside of community, whether it's a nonprofit or not, you've got something that you're operating. How do you understand the context of your business? How do you relate well and build relationships? How do you create a compelling vision for the future? And that's all we're doing at Hope Toledo is making sure that there is a vision for the future, but then developing ways for us to achieve it. We've got to work together to get there. So I encourage you, do a couple things. Look up, y'all already know who I am. This is my context, right? I take time to go look up and focus there, whether you have a particular religious belief or not even walking that road, but take some time to get away from what's down here and just go sit somewhere and look, right? You can just observe nature and get some relief inside of your space. Look up, but also look within. Do some introspection, dig deep, find out where you are, especially during this season, right? But don't just look up and look within, look around. See what's happening inside of our environment. And I think once you look up, look within, and look around, we can collectively look ahead. And I believe the future is bright. I believe the time is now for us to make this thing happen here in Toledo, and collectively we can do it. One of the things that we're working on is standing up a Birth to 5 consortium, and we're going to be calling on you all to join inside of that space, because collectively we can make the change happen. Dr. King said the ultimate tragedy is not oppression and cruelty from the bad people, but it is the silence over that bad stuff by the good people. You all have a voice. Use your voice. Use your voice to advocate, not just for the kids, but for their families, but also for yourselves. Use your voice so that we can really navigate and get things done in our community. This is just some propaganda. Go check us out at hope-toledo.org. This is the team, and we wouldn't be getting this work done if it wasn't for a great team. And so Shauna's on here. Elisa, you've already heard her, and you'll hear her later today. And Tracy is working with us in our team. And so it's really exciting to be able to do this work. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. If you all have questions, I think I left you a few minutes to navigate through it. So if you got questions, by all means, I'm here to answer.
Thank you so much, Reverend Jones. You started touching on the one I was going to ask, which is the role of advocacy in all of this. So could you say a little bit more about what each of us can do and what Hope Toledo is specifically doing around advocating for everything you just described?
Absolutely. So there's a couple things. So number one, the power of the pen is phenomenal, right? And so we've got legislators that sit, whether that's locally or statewide or even on the federal level. You all have been paying attention, I'm sure, to some level of news. On the federal level, there's a large discussion going on about early childhood ed. We know how that is impacting even on the statewide level. Just this week on the statewide level, one of the committees focused on early childhood ed made a proposal to take some of this CARES Act funding, about 160 million of it, and throw it back out there for community-based providers and other folks to gain access to it. Now more than ever, we must advocate on an individual level. I'm all for it. We need to do it on an individual level, but we also need to do it collectively. Toledo, for too many opportunities, Toledo allows for opportunities to pass us because we don't find ways to effectively advocate collectively. And so, Dr. Hannon, it's a great question. We know that we do great work, right? There is great work all across our community. We've got to start threading that great work together and then telling people about the great work and really pushing that needle, writing our legislators, but not just writing our legislators, putting together the processes locally that then say we're prepared to receive that funding. So I wrote an op-ed with the Children's Funding Project not too long ago. And what we said is there's a lot of rescue plan funding, right, that's out there. So we made an announcement to expand our demonstration project. Our demonstration project is working with 10 different providers, and you can go to our website and find out more information there. Some of those providers are on this call. I see Cheryl on here from East Toledo Family Center, but we've got All for Kids, we've got Believe Academy, we've got the Catholic Club, we've got Children's Discovery Center, we've got East Toledo Family Center, we've got Learning Ladder, we've got Quality Time, we've got Canards, we've got, which is Carnards Child Development Center. We've got Toledo Day Nursery. We've got then those 10 folks. Because we put that together, we then really had hard conversations with both the city and the county and said, how can we put this together and use some of the rescue plan dollars to expand the work? Our goal is to serve through the demonstration approximately 200 kids. That ain't nowhere near what needs to be done to address the need in our community. But because of the right now proposed, I don't count chickens before they hatch. City council got to vote. Commissioners got to vote. I don't count it before it hatches, but we had this discussion and now we are collectively joining together those dollars so we can expand the access. And oh, by the way, ProMedica came along as one of our corporate supporters to say, we're going to put dollars into this mix as well. And by ProMedica being at the table, the city, the county, we've amassed a large chunk of funds that then allowed us to go and talk to Toledo Public and say, how can you take the dollars that you have and expand what you're doing internally? Hope Toledo's not asking for you to write a check to us, but let's expand the work that you're doing, increase those slots for early childhood. And in talking with Superintendent Dr. Allen, I'm not sure if she's on here, but she's another phenomenal partner inside of this work. In talking with them, we were able to announce a collective $20 million investment in our children that we're going to see over the next couple of years, right? That ain't near enough to get this work done. We've got to do this on a broad scale. So the advocacy work starts not just to get funding, but it also starts by ensuring that the resources and the various supports that are needed from these different varying factions in community, and I call them factions because we can bring them together, but we've got to speak collectively as one voice. So if we see our children are struggling with mental health issues and learning loss and all that stuff, we got to speak with one voice. And when we begin to do that, folks then pay attention. And by doing that, I think this Birth to Five consortium will help us draw that, because we're going to be able to pull people together from Pathways Hub and all these other spaces, Lucas County Family Council, all these folks, pulling everybody to the table so we can collectively advocate. I hope I answered your question, Doc.
You did, thank you.
What else, family?
Wondering if there's any last question that anybody would like to unmute and ask or pop in the chat real quick. All right.
So real quick, if I can just say one more thing as my last little comments. Again, I highlight saying thank you One person I didn't add as part of our Hope team. She's new to the Hope team. That's Nancy Oakley. I see her face out there somewhere. I thought I saw her name. She's going to be coming on board, helping us out with some things around coaching and various things. So I'm thrilled by the team that we're being able to pull together at Hope. But more importantly, I'm thrilled by the opportunity to partner with all of you. Like I said, I'm a business guy. I'm a community guy. I'm a minister, so I preach on Sundays, right? I can't say I'm a teacher, but I would like to think I try to educate people on the side. I don't have a degree, so y'all don't come find me because of that. But I like to think that I do that. I appreciate the welcome into this sector. Thank you so much for having me today. Keep doing the great work you're doing. In my biblical space, the Bible says the race ain't given to the swift or the strong, right? But those that endure to the end. Keep pushing to the end, right? We got to get this work done. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work, for your leadership, and for being with us today. Thanks so much. So I'm going to send it back to Heather to take us into the break. And we've got some great comments. If you have a second, Reverend Jones, take a look at all the appreciations in the chat.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Very inspirational. Great to have all that wonderful information. Now we are going to take a 15-minute break, and we are right on schedule. So it is 9:59. We're going to start again at 10:15. When you start again at 10:15, you have the option. Go back to that interactive agenda. We have option number 1 is the Ready Child, and that will be Elisa Huss-Hage as our guest speaker. And option number 2 is the Ready School, and we have speakers from Toledo Public Schools talking to us there. So make your choice and use the links in the interactive agenda to get into whichever room you need to be in. See everybody back at 10:15.
So Kathy, I have you as the facilitator for this upcoming session with Elisa. And you can start in about 1 minute.
Are we ready, Alyssa?
Ready, ready.
Okay. Well, hello and welcome back, everyone. I just want to remind you once again to sign in for this session. You're in the Ready Child session. We've already had a chance to sing and dance a little bit with our next speaker, and she's going to introduce herself and share some important information.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. And don't forget to, even if you signed in earlier, you want to make sure that you sign in again. So your name and the organization, so that those of you who are going to be getting CEUs will be able to get those. It's nice to see so many names that are familiar to me and so many new friends who are from around Northwest Ohio who have chosen to spend the morning with us. So my name is Elisa Huss-Hage, and my partner in crime, my husband Chuck, moved on to do other things, but he will be joining you this afternoon and singing again with all of you. So I hope you're able to jump back on it too for some of the afternoon sessions. For those of you who don't know me, I have had a very long career in early childhood education. Started out as an infant teacher when I was in college and was pursuing a degree in special ed, did some work with students with disabilities for a number of years, took a pause on my career when Chuck and I decided to have our children, Emily and Julia, who are now 31 and 28. So that puts time into perspective. And then went, as the children got a little bit older, I found in their own experiences in early childhood that that's really where my heart belonged. And I ended up at Owens Community College for almost 25 years as a professor in the early childhood education technology degree program and the teacher education department. So I retired from Owens in January, and had been doing some of the work that John had described earlier as an Owens Community College faculty member. They had engaged us as a stakeholder, and it didn't take John long after he had heard that I was retiring. In fact, it was less than a week, and he called and asked if I would consider being a part of this work. And for those of you who have been in this area of Ohio and done any work related to the field, you know that one of the things that has always been lacking is a connection of business to our field. And you know what we do, the economy depends on what we do. And so, you know, John and his wisdom, and the mayor and all of the stakeholders in the community beyond the education group who came to this work and who are now making sure that it's moving forward. It's just really quite a blessing to be a part of this work. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is the Ready Child. So we know it takes a community to raise children, and all of you, no matter what your roles are, and I see from all over, we have social workers, we have home visitors, we have childcare providers, we have folks who are preparing teachers to be teachers. So no matter what your role is, you want to put that hat on and think about, what does it mean to have a ready child? So we're going to share some of those things today. I'm going to share my screen. I have a lovely partner here, our daughter Julia. Our internet at our home is terrible. So whenever I have reason to need more than what I actually have, I come and steal Julia's internet. So So thank you, Julia, for getting. So today's work here, our agenda, I think it's important as we're considering our roles that we think about what it is that you do. What is your purpose? What is your why? So before we really dig into what it means to be a part of preparing the Ready Child, I want we're going to take a few minutes to just like reset and think about who you are. Think about your contributions. Think about your decisions about why you are doing what you're doing. I think it's important. We get so wrapped up in our day-to-day that sometimes we forget about that. We forget about our why. So we'll take a minute to kind of reset. And I think especially with all the stresses that we have on us now, it's all that much more important that we do that. After we do that, we'll move into what does it mean to be a ready child and how can you help each child be ready. We'll talk about some strategies that are essential ingredients for the Ready Child. Many of you who are educators know these as our domains: physical, cognitive, social, and emotional. Of course, there are many more than that, but we'll take some time to kind of dig in and talk about some strategies. No matter what your role is, you can utilize strategies and think about. One of the things that I've really realized through COVID and kind of my own reset is that good doesn't mean complicated. I think we have a lot of innovation and simplicity, and sometimes strategies for working with children and families can be much more simple than we create them to be. So maybe in our discussion, we can kind of think about getting back to the basics and what are some of the essentials and simplicities of life that we can bring into the work that we do with children and families. And then I'm going to leave you with some resources, because I think we all, even though you might have touch with resources, sometimes we forget where important resources can be found. So I want to be sure to share some resources with you. So as I was saying, what we're going to need first is just a scrap paper and a pen or pencil. And I just want to take a minute for us to think about who you are. So this is called a paseo exercise. In Spanish, the word paseo means let's take a walk together. So close your eyes for a minute and just think about taking a walk. How often do we just do that with and for ourselves? Not as often as we should, I'm sure. So just be with yourself for a moment. On the piece of scrap paper, similar to what I've done on the visual here, put your name in the middle circle and then draw some circles on the outside. In those smaller circles on the outside, I want you to consider who you are. Just take a minute to think about it. What's important to you? Doesn't have to be professional, because what we bring to our professional lives is certainly impacted by who we are as people. What's important to you? So here's a little video that if you're struggling with that, or even if you just want to dig a little deeper into that thought process, here's a little video that will help you think about your why.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you didn't know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's, you know, it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, you know, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director?
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing, you know what I'm saying? All right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I see.
Let's go. Now. Okay. Here's what I want you to catch. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
And now I need my tech vote. Thank you, Julia. So again, the challenge to doing presentations like this is I'm not in the same space as all of you and not able to see your reaction to that. But I hope as you're thinking about your own purpose, who you are and what's important to you, when you saw the shift from just what he was doing with the additional why, you really saw how his passion and his engagement and his excitement and just the level of intensity of the way that he was singing completely shifted. So for you, given who you are and what's important to you, really be thinking about what is your why. Like every day when you start your day, think about what is your why? And live it in a way that suggests that we just saw evidenced. When you do what you do with your why as your focus, you really do live your life and you do all that you do with a little different intensity. And as Michael Jr. just said, when you know your why, your what has more impact because you're walking in or towards your purpose. If you keep your why at the center of all you do, you'll be more productive. You will be eager to learn more. You will look forward with excitement to being with the children and families with whom you learn and work and play. I should add, you look forward to being with your colleagues and those who you share your professional life with. You will be more intentional about your interactions. You will be prepared to support each child to be ready, which is our purpose for today. So keep in your mind the faces of those lovely children with whom you work, the family that you live with and support, the community that you live in, and just keep centered with today my actions and words will be guided by my purpose. Today my actions and words will be guided by my purpose, will be guided by your why. So we're here because we have a shared purpose, don't we? Our shared purpose are the children and families we work with, the community that we live in. We have a shared passion to make sure that we are doing all that we can do to support the children and families who are in our lives. The shared passion includes things like providing equitable and meaningful learning opportunities for all children. And that doesn't just apply to classrooms, does it? Play groups, home visiting, anything that we're doing that is in relationship to children and families, we want to make sure that those opportunities are equitable and meaningful. We have a shared passion for tapping the potential of all children to provide for their future success. Again, no matter your role, our interest, our shared passion, our shared purpose is about making sure that every single child has an opportunity to reach their full potential. It's a pretty powerful opportunity that we have. Then we've already talked about engaging families. John had us thinking about what are the things that we're doing in our communities already in engaging families, because we know successful children have engaged families. So again, a shared passion, a shared purpose is to intentionally engage families and our community to support each child. It means figuring out ways to take what we're doing to them instead of expecting them to always come to us. You know, every profession has some guiding statements. For early childhood education, we are lucky to have NAEYC and some of the position statements that have been developed to guide our work. I would suggest that the social workers among us and others in the field, these are important documents as well, even though you might have a different professional organization than NAEYC. There are some really strong and true foundational things that we all should be doing to support children and families and each other. One of those statements is the Advancing Equity statement that NAEYC released a couple of years ago. And there are some things that came out of that document that talk about how we can do that, how we can provide equity in the work that we do. And although this heading says recommendations for early childhood educators, we really use that term, early childhood educators, in a very broad sense, right? Educators include all of you who are, no matter what your role is in the field, you are educating young children, you are educating their families, you are supporting their families, and all of this we're doing as a community in a way that suggests that we really are working together collaboratively in this comprehensive way that John discussed to make sure that every child is reaching their potential. So one of the things that's recommended is that we create a caring, equitable community of engaged learners. That means developing trusting relationships with children and nurturing relationships among them while building on their knowledge and skills. You know, this can be translated really into any work environment. Creating a caring community can be the office that you're working in, can be the home that you're visiting. I know that when I was teaching at Owens, 2 or 3 weeks were spent building our caring community of learners. It's just such an important part that if we know that we can trust those who are around us, we are able to be better ourselves. And so if you are a classroom teacher, you think about your classroom and developing that as a caring community of learners, helping children develop relationships with themselves and also developing a relationship between you and them. We know that we also want to scaffold children's learning to achieve meaningful goals. We want to learn about children. We want to learn about families. We want to build on what we have learned about where they are in their learning, in their understanding. Design and implement learning activities using languages that the children understand. You know, so often we expect children and families to adapt to whatever we are presenting in the classroom. But if we're really going to be equitable, we need to respect the languages, the religions, the standing in life that every family comes to us with. And we need to meet them where they're at, using a child's home language, bringing in the family so that they can help us to learn about their culture. All very important things about developing a caring community. Recognize and be prepared to provide different levels of support to different children depending on what they need. And again, this extends to the family. As early childhood educators, we must take the time to recognize and be prepared to understand where the child, where the family is at, and meet them where they are. That is essential to success. And then we want to consider how our own biases, implicit and explicit, may be contributing to the interactions, to the messages that you are sending to children and families. John in his keynote, and honestly, we did not talk about coordinating presentations, but they certainly are aligning very nicely. John gave us the link to the implicit bias survey. If you've not done that, I really highly recommend it because you will learn something about yourself. And if you're not in touch with those implicit biases, you really can't be your best for children and families. So, you know, when we're going back and thinking about our why and reflecting on who we are, it can kind of be a part of that work that you're doing for yourself. One of the other foundational statements that really guides our work is the DAP statement. And you might notice in the upper right-hand corner, this is kind of hot off the presses mid-COVID. The developmentally appropriate practice statement by NAOAC has been revised. Many of you who are in the teaching aspect of our field probably have used this from the start of your careers. This is a really, truly foundational document. I've heard it referred to as a teacher's Bible because it helps us to understand development. It helps us to understand what we should be doing to support children. And it helps us to understand that if we don't first take the time to observe and learn where children and families are at, we can't possibly support their learning because, as just stated, we have to meet them where they're at. So some recommendations for early childhood educators that come out of that particular document include creating a caring community of learners, which we just spent a little bit of time talking about, and really can't be overstated. I think it's important that we realize just how essential it is to have a caring community of learners for the children and for the families. So really put that front and center when you're thinking about your own work. Some other things that come out of the recommendations of the new DAP statement are engaging in reciprocal partnerships with families and fostering community connections. It's really what this whole day is about: the ready child, the ready family, the ready community. We all need to be working together in partnership to assure that the children with whom we are working get all that they need. And it's not, you know, it's not always been this way. And I can speak with a little bit of wisdom because I've been in the field for so long. As a matter of fact, today is a high school reunion for me. And 40 years ago, graduated from high school. And, you know, when I started college, what we're learning now about how we teach young children was very different from what I was learning in the 1980s, where the teacher was in the front of the classroom and children work with worksheets and you were the expert in everything. Well, we know now that really families are the experts, right? And what we know is we need to lean on what they can tell us about their children and how we can take that information and use it to help that child reach their full potential, going back to one of our shared passions. In order to do that, we need to observe and document and assess children's development and learning. Again, no matter your role, whether you're visiting families in their homes or they're coming to you in a play group or you're in a childcare setting, we must observe and document what we see about children and their development in order to support their learning. And then we want to teach to enhance what we've learned. We want to plan and implement an engaging curriculum to achieve meaningful goals. And then, of course, demonstrate professionalism as an early childhood educator. You know, John talked about advocating, and there are so many ways that we can advocate. NAUAC is doing a lot of work, groundwork. If you're not familiar with Groundwork Ohio, Ohio AEYC, every day things are coming in the inbox about how we can be advocating, and now is more important than ever with all the decisions being made by the federal government about where money is going to go. That's how you can advocate. Your voice means a lot. It takes 2 minutes to call your legislator and say this is important and this is why it's important. But you know, we also have to advocate for ourselves too, don't we, as a profession? For too long, we've not been seen as professionals in this field. We are educators, and it's important that we represent ourselves as such. And so when we are speaking to parents, of course, we speak in a professional way. When we go out in the community, we show ourselves as being a profession. And so don't be afraid when you feel like maybe somebody is using a term like daycare that doesn't necessarily represent what you know we do. It's okay to say, you know, we educate young children, and that's the most important job in the world. So shifting now to the Ready Child. What does it look like when preparing the Ready Child? Educators demonstrate and model their commitment to a caring learning community through their actions, attitudes, and curiosity. That's what we need to do for ourselves. We need to come to this work being curious. We need to come to this work ready to learn, ready to support children. You know, I think some of my best learning in the classroom was when I had the children helping me learn. You act, you know, you put on this act and you act, have them tell you, you know, tell me what you know. When you model your caring, when you model through a positive attitude, all of those things are reflected in the environment in which you work, whether it be a classroom or whether it be a home or whether it be an office. We need to be modeling through our own actions and attitudes. Educators use their knowledge of each child and family to make learning experiences meaningful, accessible, and responsive to each and every child. Building on some of those things that we just learned about in the DAP statement, right? If we know about children and we know about families, and what we do with them is responding to their needs. It's not the other way around. We need to make sure that they feel comfortable. We need to make sure that when they're coming to us or we're coming to them, that we are accessible to them in the way that we interact with them. Building on relationships that you nurture with each child and family, between children and educators, and designing learning activities that reflect the lives and cultures of each child. That's what it means to be a part of getting to the heart of a ready child. It is reflecting in your classroom their life and their culture. It's learning from the families what's important to them. You know, one of the teachers, one of the greatest privileges I had as a faculty member at Owens was to supervise student teachers. And I always worked really hard. I got to know many of you and many additional early childhood educators because of my opportunity to place children in their classrooms or place student teachers in their classrooms. And I always tried very hard to match the students and what I knew about them with the mentor teachers and what I knew about them. And there was a lovely teacher who worked at MCO's Early Childhood Education Center. And I don't think she'd be embarrassed that I call her name out. She's not on this call, but she is long retired, but her name was Jane O'Connor. And back in the day before equity and inclusion and supporting culture were like the thing, that's how she just operated in her classroom. She would send a calendar out at the beginning of every year to every family, and she would say, now please send back this calendar after you've put in all of the holidays and important dates for your family. And then her whole curriculum and the way that she operated with her families was built off the things that were important to the families. And so she would have the children and the families would come and celebrate certain holidays that were important to the families. There was one family once that I remember when I had a student teacher there, and the family invited the whole class to come and visit the mosque. And so the children were able to go and experience that culture and that very sacred place. And you know, that's learning that children need so desperately, because what we know is what we're giving them in these early years is what's going to help them be equitable adults, right? Help them be accepting and kind and caring humans. And that's really what we need and what we want. Other things that what it looks like to be help get a child ready. Educators effectively implement a comprehensive curriculum so that each child attains individualized goals across domains and across all subject areas. You know, in other words, the words that we've often used are the whole child. You want to make sure in your role in our field, you want to make sure that in order to help each child be ready, that you are developing the whole child. And that means not only all of these things, but leaning back on that caring curriculum, right? Caring community. You're helping kids feel supported, and you are filling them up so that they have the confidence to reach the potential that we're hoping them to reach, that we know that is there for them. So that also includes planning an environment and a schedule and daily activities that promote each child's development and learning. Whether, again, it be a classroom or a home or an office or a play group, we intentionally consider that environment. We intentionally consider the schedule, right? I mean, you all know, you're in the field too. You know how important a schedule is. The children need the predictability that a schedule gives them, and it allows them to have confidence in what's next. It gives them confidence in knowing that not only are they safe, but they're going to move to their next activity in a way that is, a smooth transition. And we're creating activities that are meaningful to them. Educators possess and build on an extensive repertoire of skills and teaching strategies. I got to say, I hope at the very top of that list is having fun. Because if you aren't loving what you're doing, that comes across in the classroom. So being curious, being inquisitive, getting in there with the children and rolling up your sleeves is such an important part of helping each child be ready. Not being afraid when the kids have the beauty shop that they're putting barrettes in your hair, because that's helping children learn. When you're engaged and your teaching strategies include having fun with the children. You know how and when to scaffold children's learning. You know how and when to strategically use various learning formats and contexts, right? When it's right to do large group or small group, when it's good to have open-ended play or teacher directed, although I really lean heavily on open-ended play, as most of you who know anything about me know. We want children to be exploring and learning through play. And there's some really interesting ways to think about play that if you've not gone to the NAOAC website yet and gotten the new DAP statement, they're really trying to reset the value of play as a context for learning. So I hope you take some time, if you need a little tune up in that area, I hope you take some time to read about that and think about that. It's also important that we differentiate instructional approaches to match each child's interests, knowledge, and skills, right? When we know when we are giving children things that they're interested in, it really helps us to provide the foundation for learning. So, be thinking about that. So more specifically, what does it mean to be a ready child, and how can you help each child be ready? We don't always think about school readiness, and the fact that what we're doing every day is really about school readiness. So one of our main objectives in Hope Toledo is to really focus on the 4-year-olds, because we want to make sure that those 4-year-olds are ready for kindergarten. Again, showing my age, nobody went to preschool when I was a child. Kindergarten was what you would do to prepare for school. And thank goodness, research and the evolution of education shows that really the value of learning is far before kindergarten. And, gosh, it will be lovely when we get to the day where we're talking infant teachers and toddler teachers and preschool teachers, and all of us in this sector are really doing all of the work that's necessary for school readiness. So we're gonna, that's a part of the advocacy that we're doing, right? So we are really focusing on school readiness and what we're doing. We want to make sure that children have what they need to be successful, that they have the skills and knowledge and attitudes necessary for success. Not just in kindergarten, not just in primary school, but also in later learning and ultimately in life. If we go back and think about the words in the kindergarten wall, right? Clean up your mess. Don't be afraid to take a nap. Wash your hands. That's all of those things are about success, are about helping children prepare to have a meaningful adulthood, and an adulthood that contributes to the community in which we live. So the Ready Child and the work that's done around the Ready Child focuses a lot on physical, cognitive, social, and emotional development, that these things are essential ingredients of school success. And I certainly don't disagree. I think we can think about a broader stroke when it comes to what we need to do and what we need to provide as essential ingredients of school success. With our limited time today, we're going to focus on these. And so the next little section, I'm going to ask that you are prepared in your chats. And as we talk about each of these different areas of development, I want us to be thinking about effective strategies that you're already using, because what we know is we can learn so much from each other. And as I was saying earlier, I think innovation is in simplicity. It's sometimes just providing opportunities to share. It's sometimes just inviting a parent in for a few minutes just to check in on them and see how they are. It doesn't need to be a big old complicated thing. It's just effective strategies can sometimes be just simple strategies. So let's talk a little bit about that. So initially I had these slides in order of how they were presented in the content around the Ready Child. And I shifted the slides this morning because I've come to realize that, cognitive development and physical development and a lot of those areas that we focus on with curriculum, like outlined curriculum, none of those things really mean anything if we're not in touch with the emotional and social side of children. You know, again, showing my age, back in the day when the Ohio early learning standards were initially developed, they didn't even include emotional social standards. And many of us just went, how can that be? Because all of those other areas mean nothing if we aren't attentive to the emotional and the social needs of children. So in the chat box, if you would just take a moment and share an effective or innovative approach that you use to support the emotional development of the children, and I will also say families, with whom you learn, work, and play. Don't be afraid. I know you do lots of things that are related to the emotional health of children, so shout them out. We've got Donna, conscious discipline, a personal greeting upon arrival. ASQ screenings for all. DECA, second step social emotional curriculum. Take time to understand the home environment, the family history and dynamics. There's so many things that we can do. Trainings like these, thank you. You know, and yeah, let me just say, in order to effectively support a child emotionally, you need to take care of yourself. So back to the Paseo exercise, right? Like, let's think about and make sure that we're taking that time for ourselves. Talk to the family, home visits, understanding the family's lifestyle, getting to know the family better. All of those things are so important to help children develop their emotions. You know, one of the things when I used to teach the positive guidance class at Owens, one of the things that we practice empathy. Yes. One of the things that we used to talk a lot about were the words that go with emotions, right? Young children don't know the words. And so to give them opportunities to use the words are just so important. I remember when our daughter, Emily, our older daughter, when she was in kindergarten, one of the things that her kindergarten teacher did, and I'm guessing many of you do some of these things as well, she used to have hanging on the wall when the kids would come in, she would have little library pockets. If those of you who are old enough to remember the little pockets that the library due date cards would go in, she had the little pockets hanging on the wall and every child's name was on there. And she would have little emotion faces that they could come in every morning and they could say what they were feeling on that day. And she would start her morning circle by accepting and respecting and talking about every child and where they were at for that morning. So such, you know, just little things about the culture of your classroom and the home visits that you do are really about that emotional development. Celebrating children's families. I love that. That's so important. And I have a doggie that's joined me. Having a care animal in your classroom can support emotional development. Yes, wishing them well, welcoming them back when they return. Some other ideas, helping children identify when they're stressed, having an area in the classroom or in the whatever space that you might be working, where they know that they can go and they can relax and they can calm themselves. Giving children the example of when we need to calm, right? Like, it's okay to be human in front of children. It's okay for you to you know, really make sure that you are in touch with your own emotions and you set the children with that, you know, that's fine. Introduce the idea of taking 3 deep breaths as a calming technique. Smell the flowers, inhale, blow the candles as the exhale. Practice helping children be calm with them. That's important. And sometimes, we know, John mentioned ACEs and some of the traumas that children are experiencing. And we know that the social emotional aspect of children and their learning has been really impacted. And so we might be seeing challenging behavior. And so we want to make sure, that we have some plans in place, some verbal reminders. Sometimes, it doesn't mean calling a child out or constantly telling them to sit down. Sometimes you just have a cue, like placing your hand on a child's shoulder or having a visual cue. Sometimes we have cards that we use to help cue, calling a child's attention to what's expected in the classroom. So many wonderful things coming in the chat. As teachers, the more we observe, the more we know about children. Therefore, we can identify when they are off. Providing choices, absolutely. It empowers the child, doesn't it? When they're making a choice. We grown-ups have so many agendas and so many checklists, and children don't have those. And so when we can give them a choice, it helps them feel in control. It gives them power. So sometimes we have classroom, I like to call them guidelines instead of rules. Rules is just kind of a word that reeks of discipline to me. And I like to, with the community of learners, I like to think more about guidelines, simple, positive words. Instead of always telling kids what not to do, let's give them opportunities of what they can do. Keep your hands to yourself. Are your feet safe? Are your eyes watching? Are your ears listening? Using words in a positive frame instead of a negative frame can make such a difference. Use pictures or photos to illustrate what you might have as guidelines. That's a really important thing. Model what following the rules look like. Acknowledge when children follow the rules, like calling a child out for, I love the way that Susie is sitting on the rug. She looks like she's ready for story time. Are you all getting ready for story time? Also giving kids opportunities to know that that they have some control in the environment, right? Like if you are labeling your shelves and bins and containers with pictures and words, so children know where to put things. That instills responsibility and it instills independence. So, be thinking about those things when you're talking about emotional development. So let's shift now to social development. Another little pet peeve of mine is that we put social and emotional, clump it all together, and they're two very, very different things, right? Emotions are internal. Emotions are how we feel about things. Social development is how we are with others. So what are some effective or innovative approaches that you might use in your work setting to support social development? How do you help kids be with each other? How do you model for children? I've included some examples here of some social development, social stories, yes, and visuals. I have a sister who's a speech therapist. She works for Lucas County Board of Developmental Disabilities and does a lot of work with children who are on the autism spectrum. And I didn't even know what social stories were. And she showed me how she's using social stories to help children on the autism spectrum. Play groups, provide spaces for interaction, second step curriculum using story cards and puppets. There's so many good things that are out there. Model ways children can invite, and I should have said themselves, into a group. Join the play yourself with dialogue that shows how. For example, that looks like fun. Shall we ask others to play with us? Identify problems as you see them happening. Cue children by saying, I see we have a problem. What should we do? I think it was Mindy who put in the chat a minute ago, you know, as teachers, we get to know what's going on around us, right? So we can be watching and we can be kind of facilitating what's going on when we realize that children might not be getting along. We don't have to tell them what to do or what not to do, but we can certainly physically go near to where they are and help them, give them the words, give them the opportunity to talk through the challenge that they might be having. Classroom activities like matching games, use of songs, puppets, and stories that support active, positive friendships and build in cooperative playtime each day. I love cooperative play and thinking about that. It is such an important thing that when we were talking about intentional design. Yes, we design play. We are creating a learning environment when we're setting up our classroom or our visits to homes. Kathy just put in, I'm a new caregiver of tween teen girls who missed out on a lot of these foundational tasks. And she, with her teenagers, visit health fairs and festivals and events to help facilitate children's activities. That's a lovely social development aspect, right? Social development doesn't stop when we're 5. We in fact know many adults who still need some help in the social development area, don't we? Using puppets and persona dolls, creating laminated books showing illustrated solutions to problems such as trading or taking turns or playing together. And then, have those books in the environment so kids can go to them and you can use them as a resource. After modeling positive behaviors, ask children to help you make a list of some things they can do when difficulties happen in the environment. Man, that puts them right in that empowerment seat, doesn't it? After we have a conflict, we talk about how did we resolve that, and we help kids then document that. Even though they might not be able to write the words, we know darn well kids can document, right? So then they document how they work through that challenge, and then we have that for a later reference. Create a friendship can that includes popsicle sticks that each child's name or photo, draw sticks to pair children and do a friendship can. I would like to suggest we should be doing more for each other in those ways too, as caregivers, as teachers, as home visitors, as social workers, things that establish friendship amongst us. Last week, with COVID and all of the things that we're all feeling so challenged by, I had the pleasure of attending a directors network. If any of you are directors and you're not in the directors network yet, reach out to me and I'll make sure that I connect you with Belinda Costin and Sherry Roush. And she had a group of directors that wanted to meet additionally to talk about some of the challenges that they're feeling with COVID. And, we ended up going and having a lot of discussion around the support of the teachers. If you don't have healthy teachers, social development for children isn't going to happen because teachers can't be fully present. And they were talking about one of the childcare centers had sent lunch to the other childcare center. And I thought, what a generous, kind, social, just such a kind thing gesture for them to do that. And, it's those kinds of things that we need to be doing for each other, and we can be encouraging in our own workplaces. So continue to think about things like that. And just know, that it is the social and the emotional aspects, those two things that we really need to be focused on, that those are the foundational aspects of development that we really can't do a lot of the other things well if we're not in tune with children's physical and emotional health. And it's even more so now, given what is going on in the world and the challenges that families and communities have. So let's talk about physical development. I jumped ahead a little bit there. So what are some things, now we're going to talk about some of the fun. What are some of the fun physical things that you might do in the classroom that help kids work and play and learn? I'll put up some ideas here. Dance and sing, yay, thanks Kathy. Yep. You can imagine that is one of our favorite things to do in a classroom. My observation teacher does circle time songs and movement. Hi, Bailey. It's nice to see your name. Oh my goodness. Yes. Circle time songs and movement, physical development is so important, right? Because we know that physical development, physical moving is what really gets the brain going, right? Brain breaks. That's what that's about, is about giving kids opportunities to move and to really be actively engaged, because we know that that better helps them when it's time to focus on learning. Obstacle courses, yes, Stephanie, Miranda, Play-Doh and slime, fine motor, gross motor, anything with movement, scarves and bean bags and messy, safe fun. All of those things are just like essential physical development. Chuck is particularly good at this aspect when he does workshops that involve music and movement. He has all the teachers in his session around with the scarves, and he puts on all kinds of music. Like you can put on the Flight of the Bumblebee, or you can put on, dueling pianos. You can bring in, jazz. And so, there's just so many things that we can do. Shaving cream, yes, that's a great idea. All of these ideas are just really, really essential to physical development. I am recognizing the time. So we're going to make sure that you have this the PowerPoint so that you can look at these ideas. Physical health and safety. Absolutely. If kids don't feel safe and they aren't healthy, if they're not getting good food, it really doesn't matter what activities we provide, because all of those things contribute to the child's overall well-being. Cognitive development is the one we mostly focus on, right? Like cognitive development is where we spend an awful lot of time in our day, because we think that that's where we're supposed to be. We want to make sure kids, there's pressure sometimes from society and from parents. I want my child to read. And what we know is all these other things we're doing is getting them to that point, right? We can have meaningful things going on in our classrooms that support and develop children's cognition in just the simplest of ways. You can have out exploration materials and science things, and you can have math things and a water table, and all of those things are cognitive development. So just real quick, maybe add one of your favorite things that you do that builds children's cognition. Some fun things, offering new materials that bring challenges, providing materials that children, just to be successful. I'm a big believer in child-sized, like real things, bringing real things like magnifying glasses and real gardening tools and any of those things. Yes, providing books and reading to them. That literacy piece is so important, including second language, and literacy can be one of those ways that we're bringing and capturing the children in the children's culture and the children's family into our classroom. Vocabulary words, matching. Vicki, I love it. Engaging in discussion, always making sure children are talking. Cheryl talks about Matman learning, absolutely, without tears, memory games, so many good things to talk about when we're talking about preparing the ready child. Cognitive development is how a lot of the measurement that we do with the curriculums that we're using. But, it's in these informal ways that we're developing children's cognition that really helps us to move into that place where we are preparing the whole child, the ready child. Singing songs, doing Simon Says, shape sorters. And what we also know too is, right, all these areas of development are not in silos. It's not like right now I'm working on cognition, right now I'm working on physical, right now I'm working on emotional, right? These are all overlapping. Everything is integrated all day with what we're doing. And but we know that we do intentionally think about going back to some of those foundational things that we discussed earlier around DAP. We know we have to be intentional, right? We need to know where the children are. We need to present in a way the cognitive activities in such a way that is building on what we already know about their learning, in a way that is playful, in a way that is an emotionally safe environment. So many good ideas. Thank you for all that you've shared. I am going to move right on to just a few closing remarks. First of all, if you want to save all the innovative and effective approaches that were shared by your knowledgeable and experienced colleagues from the chat box, click on the 3 dots at the bottom right-hand corner of your chat box. You'll find it next to the smiley face down there in the corner. If you click on that, then you can click on Save Chat, and that will create a document for you, and you can save all of the wonderful ideas that were shared. We will find a way to get the PowerPoint to you. I know some people were asking about John's PowerPoint as well, but I've created live links here that include some effective practice guides for the areas that we talked about. A link to the developmentally appropriate practice, the position statement, the equity position statement, so that you can all access those important and valuable resources. And these are just some visuals of those resources. Both of those pages, the DAP page and the equity page, also has additional resources. So, Michelle just said that we'll post all the PowerPoints and the videos on the interactive agenda. So you'll be able to get those things there. And I want to just leave you with this, this last little thought for the day. I know nothing of hatred, intolerance, racism, sexism, bigotry, indoctrination, homophobia, and prejudice. I don't yet understand things like love, compassion, integrity, tolerance, human decency, and truth. For the first, most important formative years of my life are all I will know is what you teach me. So choose well. We don't really have time for questions and answers, but my email will be included on the slides. And I am very happy to engage with any of you and answer questions and just chit chat if you have a need. I would love to be able to be a support for you right now, given all that that we're dealing with. But thank you for what you're doing and your role in the field for preparing the Ready Child. You are contributing to their successful future and supporting a better community to live and to love. So thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure to spend this time with you. There's my my email, and please do look up all that the PowerPoint and all the wonderful things that were shared today. And I wish you well as you move on through your day and the continued work you're doing with our families. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you're getting lots of kudos both in the chat and on my phone.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Hey,
Elisa.
Elisa, this is Erica Daly. I just want you to know you were my instructor in 1998. I was an older student though, so you still look great, by the way.
And you're still in the field, yay!
Oh, absolutely. I student taught at Fair Green Nursery School. So you would come and observe and stuff. So yeah.
Where it all began for our daughters as well.
Yes, I remember that. So
thank you for saying hello, Erica.
Yeah. It's good to see you. Bye.
Everybody, we're going to take another quick little 15-minute break, little less than 15 minutes now, and then we'll be back in this link. So back in this room. So if you're here, you can stay here for ABCs of movement. Get us moving a little bit before everybody gets started. I do believe Lori would like us to have, I think it's 2 paper plates, if you were able to have 2 paper plates with you for this. So maybe take your break and see if you can find those. Okay, we'll see everybody back here just before 11:30.
Hi, Heather.
Sorry, Lori, what was that?
I said hi.
Hi.
I'm gonna, can I share my screen so I make sure I have that up and all ready to go?
Let me make sure Michelle is still on. You should be able to anyway, but because she has hers shared right now. If
Okay.
not, as soon as Michelle gets back, because she may have
Okay.
taken a quick
Perfect.
break, then she can make sure you can share.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. Don't see her. I think she took a quick break, so as
That's
soon as she
fine.
gets back.
Everybody's allowed to go to the bathroom.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry. Did I keep you waiting?
No, that's all right.
Wow.
I don't see you anymore.
Michelle, Lori would like to check if she can make sure she can share her
Yeah,
screen.
she should be able to. Everything.
Okay. So right now, I don't see you or anyone.
My guess
Should I-
is you maybe minimized it and it's probably like down in the corner or something, like the whole screen is down in the corner.
We can see you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
can see you just fine.
Okay, so should I hit the like
Down in your browser or your toolbar
Right.
at the bottom, click on the camera, like the camera icon, and it should bring it back up.
the camera?
Like mine, it's a white camera with a blue background.
No, I'm gonna get rid of this one and just go to that one. Okay, I see me, so I'm gonna go back in and see. There, okay, I'm back. So now I'm gonna, yeah, that's good. So I'm gonna move over to the side, make it bigger. And then I'm gonna share my screen and we'll see. Yep, there it is. There, I think I'm ready.
You are.
I'm in business. Technology. Okay, good. So my watch says 11:30.
Yes, ma'am. I was just unmuting to get ready to introduce you.
Okay, perfect. I didn't
All right.
know.
Yep. Nope. We're good. We want to give you all of your time so that you can get it all in. So welcome back, everybody, from your break. Please make sure again that you sign in the chat box with your first and last name and your agency. And I want to welcome everybody back. And right now we have Lori Gumbosh with the ABCs of Movement here to give us some movement and everything else fun with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Well, I want to say thanks to the EC3 committee for inviting me. And I'm super excited to be here. And I want to just take a second to tell all of you that are on this wonderful conference that I admire and respect everything you do for kids. And it does take a village, and that is what we are. So wonderful, wonderful opportunity. So the learning objectives, we're only going to be doing this for 45 minutes because I know everybody wants to get to lunch at 12:15. So the learning objective is by the end of this session, you will be able to demonstrate how to integrate movement, enhanced learning opportunities into young children's everyday lives. So I am all about movement. I don't know if many of you have ever met me before. I've been around the early childhood scene for a while now. I am actually a school-based physical therapist, and well, I am a retired school-based physical therapist. I recently retired from the schools, and I've been in early childhood in the physical therapy capacity for about 28 years. And so I've worked with neurotypical children and of course with children with special needs. So I'm recently retired from the schools, and I'm the creator of the ABCs of Movement. If you've never heard of the ABCs of Movement, today we're going to be doing a few ABC movements, and I'm going to kind of explain how I created the program and why. And they're activity cards that combine movement with learning the alphabet. And I'm also an Ohio approved trainer, step up to quality trainer. I probably have like 15 trainings that I offer. And these are some of my most popular. Yoga for preschool is a big one. The ABCs of Movement. Standards-based movement exploration activities that involves doing activities that are aligned with the standards, with things such as scarves and bean bags and hula hoops and things like that. And then the one that I'm probably the most proud of is guiding young children's social emotional learning through movement and more. I presented that at the OAEYC conference a few years back, and I also it was accepted, and I presented it at the NAEYC, the National Early Childhood Conference, before COVID in Nashville. So that's just a little bit about me. What we're going to talk about, I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm going to stop sharing, and then we're going to do the movement. So I'm not in a little box. So then I'll be in a bigger box, and then I'll stop sharing I'll share my screen again at the end. So that's sort of my agenda. So the reason why I wanted to share this, I think this is a great slide, and it's from the OT Toolbox. Basically, it's talking about pre-writing skills, because a lot of teachers and administrators feel this pressure to put pencils in little kids' hands, which I don't necessarily agree with. But this is a great way to show how pre-writing skills start in preschool, and it really doesn't have anything with holding a pencil in your hand. So for example, if you start with basic foundational skills like gross motor development, basic gross motor development, all that physical activity is so important in learning how to write. Motor planning, we're going to talk a lot more about that when we do some of the activities, but that's the ability to figure out a new motor task. So when you're young and you're just trying to figure out how to move and how to do motor things like hold a pencil or hold a marker or some scissors or whatever, motor planning is a very big part of that. Initial core strength. Your core is your middle. It's your abdominals, your back, your hips in this area. You have to have a good, strong core in order to be able to write, because if you don't have foundational strength, then it's really hard to try to write on using any kind of implement. Bilateral arm and hand use. You have to be able to use both sides of your body together in a coordinated manner in order to work on pre-writing skills. Crossing the midline. The midline is an imaginary line that goes right down the middle of your body, and it cuts you into left and right sides. And what it impacts is both sides of your brain communicating together. So that's so important, especially for a basic foundational skill that kids will build up with for the rest of their academic career. And the last one is imitation of movements. Imitation is so very important. That's why when I did physical therapy with preschoolers and kindergartners, I would always push into the preschool classroom, and I did an activity with the entire group, because the child that's on my caseload, they learn from imitating their friends and imitating me. And it's such a great learning opportunity. So all children learn by imitation. You can read through this list, and I will provide the PowerPoint, so don't think you have to be writing all this down. But then it gets into more fine motor activities, and then more visual motor. And it just, all of these things need really should be worked on, and you, I'm not saying you're not, but they're very important for pre-writing skills. So this is where our paper plates come in handy. If you have 2 paper plates, wonderful. If you don't, that is okay. You can just use your hands. But I'm going to now lead us in a few movement enhanced learning opportunities using 2 paper plates. So we're going to talk about those foundational movement concepts first, and then we're going to get the paper plates out. And then I'm going to go right into the ABCs of movement and demonstrate that. So here's my disclaimer. If you do not feel like getting up and moving, or if you have back pain or a sore ankle or anything that would prohibit you from moving and with us, that is a-okay. Feel free. If you want to do some of them, if you want to do them sitting in your chair, that's fine too. You can modify these any way you want. You don't have to do them, but I would really love it if you would do them with us. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Everybody, I'd recommend going up into your upper right-hand corner to your view and change it to speaker view so that Lori will be big in your screen so you can see her.
There you go. Thank you, Heather. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of back up a little bit. So those foundational skills that I want to talk about, the first one is motor planning. And motor planning is kind of sounds like a weird therapy term, and I'm sorry about that. But motor planning is the ability to figure out a new motor task. So for example, if you're 3 years old, 4 years old, and you're learning how to gallop for the first time, some kids just gallop. The kids that I work with, children with special needs that have gross motor difficulties, they kind of have to be taught how to gallop, because like the motor plan of galloping is, okay, you have one leg in front of the other, and you can't, the lead leg is the front leg, the following leg can't go past it. You turn your body to face, you step together like that. And that is the motor plan. You have to do it over and over and over again in order to get it. So to put it in adult perspective, let's do a motor planning activity. Okay, so what I would like you to do is take one hand and just go side to side like this, like you're waving. Okay, so you're going like this, side to side. Okay, so once you get that down, then go up and down with the other hand. Up and down, side to side. Up and down, side to side. Up and down, side to side. Okay, sometimes that's tricky for people. Let's try the other way, because sometimes you're better with one side than the other. So let's go side to side. Okay, once you get that down, then go up and down, side to side, up and down, side to side. Now that is, if it was difficult for you, that's okay, because it's a new motor plan. You've never really, you don't go around doing that all day, right? So it's a new motor plan. So that kind of shows you just how, like, what is motor planning all about, kind of. So that's motor planning. The next one that I wanted to talk about, and that we're going to be using paper plates with, is I mentioned it quickly, crossing the midline. The midline is an imaginary line that goes right down the middle, and it cuts you into left and right sides. You have to be able to cross the midline when you're using a writing implement and you're coloring across the page, or if you're writing because you're going from left to right. Your eyes have to cross the midline when you're reading, because you go from left to right when you read. And that's a coordinated effort of, working your brain and your body together to cross that midline. The next one another foundational skill that's super important is bilateral coordination. And bilateral coordination is using both sides of your body together in a coordinated manner. So when you're like catching a ball, that's an example of symmetrical bilateral coordination. You're catching a ball, or you're turning a ball, or you're twisting it, or you're throwing it. There's also asymmetrical bilateral coordination when you hold onto paper and you cut with scissors, because you're doing a task and it's using both hands. Because if you're not holding on the paper and you're just trying to cut with scissors, then that's, could kind of be a recipe for disaster. So that's just an example of a couple examples of bilateral coordination. Strength is very important. Don't get me started like, oh, kids aren't as strong as they used to be, and because they're not. But they have to have sufficient strength to be able to sit upright in a chair or sit on the floor, and not be laying all over the place and kind of being in a spot. Remember, we were talking about that core strength earlier. So that's important with the core strength. And then the last foundational skill that I'm going to work on, or I feel that's very important, is balance. So children have to be able to balance, either standing on one foot, standing in tandem with one foot in front of the other. So balancing skills, and you have to have a good, strong core when you're working on balance as well. So those are some foundational movement skills that we're going to use 2 paper plates to work on. So here's my low tech 2 paper plate activity. So I actually have a document that's called 14 early learning activities you can do with just 2 paper plates. And I'll share where you can get that in a couple minutes. But the first one we're going to do is we're just going to clap. Okay, so I'm going to back up a little bit, and because I'm going to stand. If you want to sit, you can sit, but there's going to be some standing ones. So we're just going to take our paper plates and we're just going to clap. And I often, when we clap, like we're just right in front, and we're going to, we can count to 10, like 10 times, or whatever number you're working on in your classroom. Like 10 is just a nice number that I often work on. So we're just like right in the middle clapping. And you might think, this is so basic. It is basic, but kids really need to get these basics down. And then you can also, depending on who you're working with or your clients or the parents, you can kind of jazz it up a little bit. You can clap overhead. So you're working on those directional concepts. So we're clapping over our head, and your arms are really straight. And then you can count 10 times. And then you can clap down low, like kind of squat down. So when you're squatting, you're actually working on your quadricep muscles, the muscles on the front of your legs. And so you're working on your strength. You can also go to the one side. So let's clap the one side. You could say it's to the right or the left, that's fine. And then let's clap to the other side. Very good. Then if you have children that are a little bit older that need some more challenges, you can clap and march at the same time. And it's so interesting because when I was playing or doing my therapy, and I would bring the musical instruments out and we were marching around the room, it's just so interesting to see how kids have a hard time doing something with their arms and their legs at the same time. And then if you have those really, really good coordinated kids, you can go under your legs, like lift up one leg. Whew, I lost my balance there. Be careful, friends. Under your leg, and you can count. Under your leg. Okay, so that's just clapping, just basic clapping, and you're working on bilateral coordination. And then when we were going like this, we were working on crossing the midline, right? My one arm crosses over. When we were squatting, we were working on strength. So it's a lot of things that we're working on at the same time. Another thing to do with paper plates for bilateral coordination is we can fly. So I'd like you to fly like birds, the beautiful birds you are. Now, if you want to just stand right where you're at, you can stand, or if you want to fly around the room, or even if you want to pretend you're a butterfly and not necessarily a bird. I didn't say you had to be a bird. And you could be make really big movements with your arms, or you could do little movements with your arms. But I try to do a lot of times when I'm working on these physical activities and the gross motor skills is I work on a lot of other concepts. Remember, there's no silos, right? So we do, we're flying around, and then when we're done, each child shares what they were, like what kind of bird you were, or what kind of animal you were that you were flying around. A lot of the children that I see for physical therapy also need speech and language therapy. And so sometimes they just say bird, which is fine. Some other children might say, yeah, I was an eagle, or yep, I was a butterfly, or I was a little hummingbird. So you can go, oh, okay, you were a little hummingbird. So getting that vocabulary while you're moving is all kindergarten readiness. It's all early learning. Next thing is swimming, okay? So let's go swimming, let's go swimming. Yeah, I know music and movement work really well together, but it's really hard to coordinate the music on Zoom. So you have to listen to me sing some Lori Bertner songs. Okay, so this is a good way to swim. What's another way? Oh yeah, we can swim like this, right? We can swim this way. And the really nice thing about, let's do some backstrokes, things like that involve big arm movements like this, that it really gets your shoulder blades moving and rotating. And that's very important for stability in your shoulder, which will lead to stability in your elbow, which will lead to stability in your wrist, which will lead to stability in your fingers, which will help you with early pre-writing. Or let's go this way now. I love these because, you know, I'm 59 and a half years old and I got creaky bones, and this just feels so good when I move around like that. Okay, wonderful. Let's come to the next one. After arm circles, next one's arm circles. So arm circles are just out like this. And I always start like this with tiny little arm circles. And I make a weird voice and they all just crack up. And then medium-sized arm circles. And then giant, humongous arm circles. Did you hear that vocabulary? You got to get that vocabulary in for those kids. Giant. Oh, and I can just feel my bones cracking, but it feels so good. And then we can go back to medium-sized arm circles and then finish with tiny little arm circles. Okay, so those were 4 really good bilateral coordination activities. We were doing symmetrical bilateral coordination, right? So the next one that we're going to do is, let's see, driving a car. Put both of your paper plates together. And again, this is bilateral coordination too, because you're using both hands. And you're going to just turn your paper plates like this. And we're driving. Okay, so then if you want, you can drive around your area. And I often have the kids just drive, you know, kind of randomly around the carpeted area that we're at. And I'll say, you know, make sure you're driving at a good speed. So you're not speeding. You don't want to hurt your friends. So we're driving, and then you can go beep, beep, you know, and they can drive some more. I've done this also with kids like in a line, like they would be like kind of like in a single file line, like they're on the freeway and they're driving. And then I will go really slow and they have to go really slow when they drive. And then I'd go a regular pace. And then I go, you know, a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. And then we'll go back to on the regular pace. And then really slow. I have even made little, like with paper plates and popsicle sticks, like little colored plates. So like red and yellow and green. And I would have them driving around, and then I would ring my bell. So they have to use their auditory input, and then they'd have to look and see what I was holding up. So if I was holding up the red, they would have to stop. And then I ring it again, and then I'll maybe hold up the green, and then they go again. So that's just another way. And I failed to mention that if you want to incorporate fine motor into the paper plate activities, you can always have the children coloring the paper plates before they use them. Coloring is such an amazing fine motor activity, so good for early writing, because when you're first starting off, you know, there's big movements like this, because again, you're working on the shoulder. And then when you get better, it's more, you're working at the elbow. And then when you get better, it's working at like you're coloring with the wrist. And then by the time you get down to fingers, then you're kind of going like this. But then you coordinate the fingers, that's when, you know, really good coloring comes into play. You need to start early with the big movements, because you can't refine those movements if you don't start with the big movements. So that's my soapbox on coloring that you probably all already know, but it's always good to hear. So the next one we're going to do after driving a car is we're going to do some balancing. So we're going to take your paper plates, and you can put your paper plates together, like it's like when we were doing the car. And then I say a body part, and I want you to balance the paper plate to the best of your ability on that body part. Okay, ready? So we're going to balance the paper plates on our hand, and we're going to have it extended out like, here you go. There you go. Very good. And then we're going to balance the paper plate on our head. And this is easier if you turn the paper plates over like that. So balance the paper plate on your head. Very good. Now, if you are working with a little bit older children, they'll be like, oh, this is too easy. So then to make it harder, you can have them try to walk around the room by balancing the paper plate, or you can have them try to stand on one foot by balancing the paper plate. Ooh, that's tricky, very tricky. All right, let's try balancing the paper plate on our elbow. And then let's try balancing the paper plates just on our fingertips, just on our fingers. Very good. And again, how about we walk around with our paper plates on our fingers? If I was with a bunch of preschoolers, I would also have them balancing the paper plates on their bellies. And I said, okay, now let's try balancing the paper plates on our bellies. So like, you know, they're gonna try to put them on their bellies and it's not gonna stay. So, what do we need to do to put the paper plates on our bellies and so they don't fall off? We need to get down like in the crab position, right? And then they can balance the paper plates on their bellies. So it's a little bit of reasoning and thinking along with playing with the paper plates. So the next one after balancing is paper plate clap. This is a tricky one. This is kind of for older kids. So you have the paper plates together and you're going to try to clap without dropping your paper plate. All right. This is a really good bilateral coordination one. Very good. Very good. You guys are rock stars, paper plate clappers. And the last one, there's 14, but we're not going to do all 14. The last one is ice skating. So what you're going to do is you're going to put your paper plates on the ground and you're going to step 1 foot on each of the paper plates and you're going to ice skate around your area. All right. And this is really good for motor planning and for strength because you have to push your legs into the ground in order to keep your feet on the paper plate. And of course, if you wanted to get creative, feel free to do a couple frozen spins, you know, and work on your balance that way too. Very good. Okay. So we're going to go past the paper plates and we're going to go into the ABCs of movement next. So I'm going to demonstrate a few of the ABCs of movement, and I want you to do them along with me. If you've never heard of the ABCs of movement, the fronts of the cards have real pictures of real children doing different developmentally appropriate activities for preschool through kindergarten. And then the backs of the cards have all of the learning activities for the adult who's helping. It could be a teacher, a parent helper, a social worker, anybody. So the first one, so this is alligator march, okay? And on the backs of the cards, it says say a, and that's that phonological awareness. The speech and language pathologists that I know tell me that children actually hear the sound that represents the letter before they actually learn the letter themselves. So I have that phonological piece in there. Tracing the letter A in the air, that's called skywriting, and that's great for kinesthetic learning. There is a rhyming sentence and an alliteration sentence on the back of each of the cards. So the rhyming sentence is march like an alligator to the waiter and do it sooner, not later. And the alliteration is angry alligators march in the alley. You can use those to work on other vocabulary like with the alliteration sentence, you can say, okay, so what are some other words that start with the sound? And then you could get, some other words, the kids would come up with. And then the next one, it says, form an alligator's mouth by holding your arm straight out in front of your body with one hand on top of the other. March forward while opening and closing your mouth. So this is the position. Yep, you're going to go like this. Now, of course, if children are too young or if they have disabilities, this might be enough as opposed to marching around, because like this is great for bilateral coordination, but then when you put the marching in, and it's a whole different motor plan. So if you can go ahead and march around your area, and marching is getting your knees up, right? So we're marching like alligators. And I do have a music CD that has all these songs, but again, I'm limited on time and music doesn't work that great on Zoom, but there are some samples on my website. And on the back of the card, there's modifications for each and every one of these cards. So the modification for alligator march would be alligator clap, just like this, or even like this, because alligator march, the whole reason of alligator march is for bilateral coordination. Remember, coordinating both of your arms together. So you can do it like this, or you can do it like this. It doesn't matter. So that's A, is for alligator march. We're gonna do the next one. Anybody know what this letter is? E, that's right. E is for elephant stomp. So what we're gonna do, I want you to say E, E. Okay, so now we're gonna trace. So get your pointer finger out. We're gonna trace the letter E. We're gonna start at the top. We're gonna go down, back up, across, and across. If you do handwriting without tears or some of the other programs, you can say big line down, little line across, whatever terminology you want to use. And the alliteration is enormous elephant stomp elegantly towards the entrance. Can you think of other words that start with the sound? And then you can talk about that. So what we're going to do to elephant stomp, we're going to put our hands together like this. And then we're going to start. We're not going to stomp yet. You want to get them figuring out how to get their elephant trunks side to side. Now, which foundational movement concept are we working on right now? We are working on crossing the midline, remember? So our arms are going side to side. So right now, both sides of our brain are communicating with each other, and they're working on those foundational skills. So let's stomp, okay? Ready? Here we go. Stomp, 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 stomp. Very good. Good job, elephants. I like it how you're stomping so well around your area. All right, let's see what we are at on time. Okay, the next one I'm going to do is the X march. X is for X march, okay? So again, you can say the stuff on the back or you don't have to. So we're not going to go over everything on the back. We are going to do the skywriting. So start at the top and go diagonal and back up and diagonal. And we're going to X march around the room. So when you X march, you're taking your elbow on one hand to your knee on the other, like that. Elbow to knee, elbow to knee. Okay, so my Pomeranian is going a little nuts. So if you can't do that, you can go hand to knee, hand to knee. Very good. Okay, you can do that. Continue to do that if you'd like. And I'm going to go let her out real quick. I'll be right back. Keep X marching, friends. Okay, you can stop. Woo, wonderful, wonderful job. Okay, The other thing that you can do with the ABC cards as far as moving is I've made up a few little games, and I'm gonna just demonstrate them real quick. We don't have to do those, but like kids love spinners. So I put the ABC, some of the movements on this. This is an Uno spinner that I bought at a garage sale. And so I put them on here and I use Velcro. That way, if I'm working on a specific letter or if I'm working on a specific movement, I can use those. So basically, everyone takes turns spinning the spinner, and then they try to identify the letter. It's a K, and K is for kangaroo jump. And then I find the K card. And that's K is for kangaroo jump. And then we all jump around the room like kangaroos. Another fun way that I've used the ABCs of movement cards are I've made it a beach ball game. So I wrote some of the movements on a beach ball on different colors. And then we get in a big circle and I toss the beach ball to someone. And then whatever is facing them, they read, like if they know the letter, they can identify it. If they just know the color, that's fine too. So T is for tiptoe. And then we all tiptoe around. And then after that, I toss it to someone else, or they toss it to another friend, and then they do the same thing. So we go around the circle and everybody gets a turn, identifying if they can, and then leading the group in the activity. And then another activity I've made up is feed the hungry puppy. Okay, so here's some puppy treats, and here's my little puppy, and he's a pug, and he's got, I don't know if you can see, but he's got a magnet on his nose. And so I dumped the magnetic alphabet letters in the bowl, and then everyone takes turns feeding the puppy. Okay, so do you know what letter that is? D, right? Okay, and then we come over here and we find the D card, and D is for duck walk. So then we all duck walk. So those are a few of the different ways that I've used the ABCs of movement. You can use them any way you want. They're very, you can use them in quite a few different ways. Oh, thank you. Puppy feeding idea is cute. Yeah, and they love it when I bring my puppy. And everyone, of course, gets a turn. The last thing that I wanted to demonstrate with the ABCs of movement cards, using the letter A, you can do yoga, ABCs of movement yoga. So like, for example, the A would be alligator breath. So let's all just kind of calm down a little bit and do some alligator breathing. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this, and we're going to inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. And try to do it a little slower. Inhale and exhale. And the goal is, of course, to do it slower and slower. So the ABCs of movement cards, like the A is for alligator breathing, and then the B is like bear crawl. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen now so you can kind of see what I'm talking about for those. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with my PowerPoint so you can see those. So this is the handout that I had told you about, the 14 early learning activities you can do with just 2 paper plates. And you can find that on my website, abcsofmovement.com, on the blog page. I wrote a bunch of blogs, and this is a free printable. So this is something that you can download and print off, and you have my permission to share it with families, with your students, with parents, with, anybody, because it's just a nice, fun thing to do. And paper plates, a lot of people have paper plates, so it's not a lot of added expense. So again, visit abcsofmovement.com, and then on the blog page, you can find this free printable. So this was the ABCs of movement. This was the fronts of the cards and the backs of the cards, just to kind of give you a nice visual of that. And this is the yoga ABCs that I was talking about. So we did the alligator breathing, the bear crawl. Bear crawl looks a whole lot like downward facing dog, doesn't it? So that would be a bear hold. So they would get in the bear position and hold it. C would be crab walk, but you could do a crab hold. And that looks a lot like the table pose that's done in yoga. And then D is for duck walk, but rather than duck walk, you could duck squat. And so that's like a chair pose in yoga. So, and remember when you're doing yoga with young children, it's not, it doesn't have to be an exact science. It doesn't have to be perfect poses. It's just a movement experience that they're enjoying and they are, you know, having fun with doing. So this is just a picture of that I took from my website. And these are all of the different active learning activities and ideas that I've come up with using various things. Do you remember the game Lucky Ducks? Everybody, you know, probably has played that once or twice in their life. I've turned that into a movement game. I've done things with hula hoops, the beach ball boogie, which was the beach ball that I talked about, the yoga ABCs, puppies and kitties. It's a Valentine's game. Just any different way to get movement and get all of the other early learning contents in with your movement exploration activities. And I wanted to share this real quick. I have a YouTube channel. It's called ABCs of Movement with Lori. So when COVID hit, I'm like, okay, so I'm going to do some YouTube. And so and then I would send those out to my students. And then I made them public. And so, you know, anybody can see, but it has a lot to do with some of the blog things, because some people are more visual and they like to see things in action. Like me, I'm like, oh, I don't quite know what you mean, but if you can see a video. So some of the videos are shorter and then some of them are longer that you can put on and the children can actually move along with you doing the movement. So I do have a YouTube channel, and I also have a Pinterest page, which I have on Pinterest. I've done a lot of little 1-minute videos, like quick little things like this is how you do the X march, or, you know, this is, you know, a different thing. So if you're a Pinterest person, you might want to check out ABCs of Movement on Pinterest. The next free resource that I want to talk about is Open Early Childhood Program. So Open is from openphysed.org, and Open was originally designed for physical educators. And about 3 years ago, they got into early childhood. So it was K through 12 for phys ed, and then they got into early childhood. So the whole early childhood program, the focus is providing 60 minutes of daily physical activity experiences, providing content to foster development in 6 movement exploration categories, which are movement concepts, balance, locomotion, manipulatives, health and nutrition, and social and emotional development. And then all of their activities are aligned with Head Start Early Learning Outcome Framework, because Open is a national program, so they couldn't align it with each state, but they aligned it with Head Start because it's a national program. So Open Early Childhood Program, you would go into openphysed.org and you would register as a user, and then all of their resources on like lesson plans are free. So like there is a quick reference card for the ABCs of Movement, because I sell my cards through their catalog. And so this is like 6 different things you can do using the ABCs of Movement cards. And then so they're all kind of, the categories are color coded there. And so like on the other side are the specific activity plans or lesson plans that you can use. And what's really cool is they're customizable. So they come in Word and PDF, so you can make them your own. Or you can also just use these as a starting place and then just add to it and do, you know, pretty much whatever the students or the children that you're working with really want to do, you can just keep going with it. So each of these 6 categories are designed to you have the children participate for about 10 minutes. So then that gives you your 60 minutes of total accumulated physical activity for the day. So that's a little bit about open. And then this is just a little bit of contact information. I know I have a really bad habit of talking really, really fast, and I'm sorry about that. But 45 minutes and whew, lots of movement. So again, ABCs of Movement, the YouTube, I have Gmail if you want to, send me an email. I'm on Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, not that great on that, but Pinterest. And then this is Open Phys Ed. And then US Games is the parent company of Open Phys Ed. So I think I'm a little bit early even. Are there any questions or anything? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Lori, I'm a fan of Lori, so I put the links to her blog and her paper plate frisbee freebie and your website. I put it in the chat box, and if everyone, I don't know if you know this or not, but when you look at the chat box, there's a little smiley face and then the 3 dots. And if you click on the 3 dots, it says save chat. So if you ever want to save the chat so you can go back to the links for any of these, this is for whenever you do Zoom, it will be helpful. So thank you, Lori. That was just wonderful. So a little information there for the group.
Thank you.
And Lori, if you make sure that I don't remember if you sent me your PowerPoint already or not, but I believe Michelle's going to put all PowerPoints that we have on our website with the interactive agenda and all of that. So they'll have access to that
yes,
as well.
Okay, certainly. Well, I hope you enjoyed moving and learning with me this morning, and everybody can have a great lunch now.
We did enjoy moving. It's nice to break up everything with some movement learning as well. So thank you so much, Lori. We really appreciated it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We are going to take our lunch break now. Michelle, are you leaving this link open or are you shutting it down?
I'm going to just let it open.
Okay, so the link will be open. You guys can stay in. Lunch is done at 1 o'clock. So again, we have breakouts. So you have the option of choice number 1. So both, excuse me, both sessions this afternoon or right after lunch are panels. So we have some community speakers to talk about the resources that they have. So one session this afternoon, I believe, is called the Ready Family. So that will be a panel of school districts with community resources. And then the other panel is called the Ready Community, and that will be different community providers to tell us about the resources that they can provide to help assist children and families with being ready for school. So you'll have both of those opportunities. Ready Family is in the current link that you're in. Ready Community is in the other one. So if you're hoping, or I'm hoping that you plan to join us in there, make sure you go back to that interactive agenda and click on the other link for the Ready Community panel. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your lunch.
Bye-bye.
Belinda, I don't know if you're still.
Yep, I'm still here.
Are you able to open up the other link? One of my community panelists is set and ready to go.
I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Do we have our panel members on right now?
We're just waiting for one.
Yeah. I don't know
The
who
rest are
has,
here.
who
I
has
sent you.
the PowerPoint. I don't know if they
We-
want to try sharing their screen just to make sure everything's good. Or
I
if they
don't
have a PowerPoint.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Wait, this year's session
Michelle,
is easy. Yeah.
You sent the afternoon session, the title, you sent that just directly to me instead of just in general for the
How did I
chat,
do that?
because I messaged you.
Ah, okay.
There you go. Michelle, can you make me a co-host so I can do things like mute and stuff like that?
Sure. Teresa, your bear is staring literally right at me.
That's Bailey Bear.
Ah. He looks very shocked. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
Very happy. Yep. See, he has a little conscious discipline backpack, and he has some I love you rituals that he can do.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, when I saw those earlier, your teddy bear and your baby, I thought you set up the background for the call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, I intentionally do that. Yes.
Very cute.
Always have something conscious discipline near me. Kathy, I still have my feeling buddies up at home, just in case I do a meeting at home.
No, that's perfect. That's so cool.
Well, it is 1 o'clock. So I guess we should probably go ahead and get started. So hi, everyone. My name is Teresa Towner. I'm the Inclusion Coordinator at GLCAP, Great Lakes Community Action Partnership. And so my role there as Inclusion Coordinator is to oversee disabilities and mental health services for our Head Start and Early Head Start program. So I am involved with oftentimes with transition for children, with some child find activities, and connecting them to special education services. And then also doing a lot with our social emotional development and working with kids with trauma and things like that. So that's kind of my role. What we're going to do today is, well, let me just recap first. I'm pretty excited about today's theme, rethinking readiness from child to community. We talk a lot about school readiness and having the child be ready for school and that. But what we've been able to do today is really rethink that and really think from child to community. And we've had some sessions on focusing just on the child, focusing on the school and different things happening at preschool. This afternoon, we're going to talk about family and the ready family and how the family really helps in the whole idea of readiness. And the other panel is looking at our community. So we really have kind of taken this broad theme and want to think about school readiness and just kind of broaden that. It's a little bit more than just the child and just the child outcomes and things like that, but that it really takes all of us coming together, the school providing supports, the family, the community. And so what we're going to do today in this session is talk about the ready family and how the family is playing a role in supporting children in the school readiness. And so I am able to chair the Lucas County Transition Committee. And so the Lucas County Transition Committee consists of people from early intervention, early Head Start, school district, preschool programs. And we come together and our focus is often on that transition, specifically that transition from early intervention, those birth to 3 years into preschool. And over time, I've had the opportunity to just hear wonderful ways of how we interact with families and really support them through those transitions. So when we were planning and thinking about this, I thought this would be a great group to really kind of share and be able to highlight some of the ways that families are doing this. So I'm excited today. We have 4 panelists here. And we've got some questions kind of prepared for them. So we're going to start with that. They're going to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to ask them questions and kind of I'll guide you through so you know who to talk next. And that, so I'll guide us through that. And then I anticipate there probably will be a little bit of time after if you all have questions that you want to propose to the panels as well. So we're going to begin with having each panel member introduce themselves. And so if you would introduce yourself, tell us where you work, kind of your role with families and children, and kind of what you're doing along the lines of readiness. So Erica, how about we start with you?
How did I know you were going to start with me, Teresa? So my name is Erica Daly. I am the Early Learning Inclusion Specialist. The company I actually work for is Shine Early Learning. We partner with Brightside Academy. We have 3 academies here in Toledo. And what I do is go in and observe children when the teachers refer them to me, or if there's a family concern. And then we do the next steps to get help for the children. It also includes partnering, mentoring the teachers as well. So I have over 20 years of experience in the classroom and moved into this position 2 years ago. So Brightside partners with NOSLARS, Northwest Ohio Speech and Language. They come in and they do speech therapy and OT right on site, which is really helpful for our families, and then also helps with school readiness. And then we also partner with Unison. They will also come into our classrooms. They will observe or help the children, families at home, and we do that for the mental health. And then I partner with TPS. So if we have to refer children to TPS for them to get on a IEP and help me grow in early intervention, which I've been in contact with a lot here lately. So that is my role. And then I help the families by navigating them through all of these processes to get their children the help that they need. And if they need any family help, we also have family advocates that I work closely with so that we can just provide an entire system of help if for whatever they need. That's what I do.
All right, thanks, Erica. Christy, can you introduce yourself next in your role, agency too?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Kirsty Monholland. I'm here with the YWCA Childcare Resource and Referral. My title is Step Up to Quality Coordinator. And in our agency, I don't know if y'all are familiar with our agency, but we kind of have two main pieces that we focus on. So we have our provider side where we work with childcare programs, and then we have our parent and family side. My actual day-to-day work is with the provider side. So this is kind of like almost two ways that we approach this ultimate goal of school readiness. So in my day-to-day work, I work with ODJFS licensed childcare programs. So that's family childcare as well as licensed centers. Ultimately to increase the level of quality that's happening in their program. We work, ultimately with that goal of school readiness. What are ways that we can improve what's going on in the classroom? What are ways that, even looking from the administrative side of things, that help increase that level of quality so that you have a program that does, prepare children to go into school. And really, I know you guys talked about ready schools already today. So they themselves being kind of falling into that category of ready school. I also ensure that those programs take advantage of or are aware of the resources that are in our community that can help support children and families. So I know Erica just mentioned quite a few: Help Me Grow, Head Start, Early Head Start. We have the mental health agencies that are around. So just making sure that you're aware of what is out there and available to help come and support you in achieving that goal. We also have our parent side of things. So our parent specialists, they work directly with families, and we have a couple of programs that we do where they meet with families. Our building, if you guys have never been there, we have a domestic violence shelter housed right in the building. We also have permanent residents, women and children that live there. So they work with a lot of the families that are in our buildings as well as families out in the community. That program's called Baby Talk. So that usually entails like a monthly meeting where they go in and work on, really it's whatever skills that particular family or child needs some support in. I know I sit like 2 cubicles down from our parent specialist, so I hear her all the time talking with families about, even, how things are going. And I heard her one time having a conversation about the little girl wasn't eating breakfast. So even providing like that level of support, some ideas, different things to try. So yeah, we kind of have the two pieces, and I can talk more about some more of the specifics of that program as we kind of go through. But so yeah, that's a little bit about me. Thanks.
Thanks, Kirsty. Tam, could you introduce yourself next?
Sure. So I'm Tamara Lemley. I'm with Toledo Public Schools. My title is Director of Early Childhood Curriculum and Assessment. One of the things that TPS is we are also the Head Start grantee, one of the Head Start grantees. We partner with, and we have 2 delegate agencies, Lucas County Family Council that does our early Head Start, and then also Great Lakes, who partners with us for some additional Head Start slots here in Lucas County. And it is really this beautiful model that puts all of us and ties us into experts across the county And we are able to support in total around 1,400 preschool children. And then correct me if I'm wrong, Christy, but I think we have about 88 infants and toddlers. And is that correct, Christy?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And just like any Head Start program, we are able to provide all of these wonderful services. So we have our parent, family, and community engagement department. We have our family, we call them family support partners. So essentially the social work, they're similar to social workers that really work closely with all of our families. We have our special education departments here, of course, under Megan Dianda. We have Nikki Hancock, who is our health and nutrition coordinator, if any of you were in the earlier session. So we are fortunate enough to be able to provide all of those services to families through that, being a part of Head Start. So we have a lot of wonderful resources here. We have about between 75 and 77 classrooms throughout about 29 buildings within TPS. So in our elementary schools, we do have a couple standalone preschool sites, which are Mayfair and Cross Gates. And here at Summit, we have some classrooms, which is where the board's located. So that's a little bit about us.
All right, thanks. And Nancy, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Nancy Brown, and I am a school psychologist with Sylvania Schools. And really my role on the team is to do evaluations for children as they come into our preschool program, whether it's through early intervention or through parent or community referrals. And then also I coordinate the transition to kindergarten. So as the children are leaving our preschool program and getting ready to go to kindergarten, then I help facilitate that coordination of that. Our district has 9 classrooms that are mixed classrooms of children with special needs and children who are typically developing. And then we have a unique program in Sylvania at our Northview preschool site, which is our high school, where it is a partnership between us and the community as well as the career tech, where we have it's a daycare for children in the community, and then we embed 7 of our children in the morning and 7 of our children in the afternoon. And then our high school career tech uses that as their lab school for learning about early childhood. So it's kind of a unique program that we have. And then we currently have about 25 children who are in the community being seen by itinerant, but we're continuously growing. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here. So I think this is going to be a real interesting discussion because we're coming from so many different types of programs and we're all very different and unique. So let's just start with the first question of describe what school readiness means to you and your program. So just kind of your focus on it, your definition of school readiness and what it means. And we'll just follow the same same order. So Erica, in just a minute, let me mute. There we go. Okay, Erica, how about you go ahead and start us off? What does school readiness mean to you in your program?
So I don't think I mentioned that our program is Head Start and Early Head Start. So each of our sites has Early Head Start classrooms, and then the kids transition right to Head Start. So they can be in our program from 6 weeks to 5 years old, where we get them ready for kindergarten, which is kind of cool. But our main goal is to close the achievement gap. As we fully well know that in low income households and things, there can be an achievement gap where the children are just not prepared going into kindergarten. They're behind their entire school career. So that's what we really focus on to get them ready for kindergarten. we did just launch a pilot program that is numeracy and literacy, because that seems to be lacking. So in children's development. So that's something new we're doing. And that's pretty much what it is. We really just want to make sure that children are ready. And we do use the second step, social emotional curriculum, because that is one of the big things for children to go to kindergarten. From kindergarten teachers that I know, they're like, it would be nice if the children were listening and knowing how to take turns and share and things like that. That makes it easier to learn. So that's where we're at.
Okay, Christy.
Okay, so I think we're kind of similar, I would say, Erica. In our agency, you know, our I guess we're looking at the provider side of things. Our ultimate goal is that regardless of where I am receiving care, where I attend preschool, that I'm getting high quality care. So regardless of, you know, what type of family I come from, what part of town I live in, which, you know, when we focus and look at the Step Up to Quality standards, that kind of gives us some goals, things to shoot for, and making sure that we're focusing on the whole child, you know, being able to, you know, spell their name or identify their letters. I mean, those things are important, but we know that the social emotional is just as important as they are entering into school. I feel like sometimes kindergarten teachers say even more so important than them being able to count or, you know, identify shapes or color in the lines or those other things that sometimes we think of when we think of school readiness. Over on our family or parent support side, it's a similar, another thing that we do with our parent side, we do help families find childcare. So again, kind of educating them on what, you know, what quality childcare looks like and what things are important. You know, when I walk, I hear a lot of times from families in my personal and professional life that, you know, oh, well, they're just playing, right? The kids are just playing. Why are they just playing? I don't understand. They should be learning. Why aren't they learning? So that's part of kind of our mission on the parent side, is to really educate parents and families on what does that high quality environment look like and why should it include play? Because to someone outside of, you know, our ECE world, they don't understand how children are learning through play. And I did notice y'all's final session today, I think, is about play. So that will be, hopefully get some good stuff out of that. So yeah, I would say those are probably the two main pieces for us.
Okay, thanks. Tam?
So I was actually looking back, I'm going to see if I can quickly share it with you guys. We created, can you see the document? Okay, so we created with our delegate partner agencies a school readiness plan, essentially for, well, essentially it is our school readiness plan. And when, you know, we touch base and go back to this document every once in a while, but when these questions were posed, I thought I'm going to go right to this document and see where we started many years ago. And when you look at the vision, it says that we're committed to educate, strengthen, support, and empower families by offering a high quality early learning experience through comprehensive services that will provide children in early Head Start and Head Start with a foundation of lifelong success. And then when I was looking down towards the mission, and I looked right at the second one, children will progress in all 5 domains of school readiness. And one thing that popped out is this conversation we're having right now. The first and foremost one should be social and emotional development. You know, we often, this was built a few years ago, start off, you know, with your language and literacy and your cognition, and then social. No, that to me should be the absolute first one. And one of the things we've talked a lot about this school year is we kind of like quote it, you know, academics, right? We have focused our teachers to put all of that aside. Put all of that aside, because right now we have children that are coming back into the classroom and we have families that are needing some, you know, true intense supports. And we need to rebuild relationships with our students and our families, and our 100% focus should be there. The academics will come along. So I looked at the last piece, and it says in order where all five, yes, our intent is to meet and prepare children in all 5 domains. But in order to achieve this, and I contribute this a lot to Christy Hannon's work in this document, in order to achieve this vision, schools will be ready for young children, and families will support their children's learning and the community will support children, families in the early childhood program. So all of these pieces are still here. I just think it's going back and really highlighting the social emotional development is where our focus is right now. So thank you for letting me share that.
Thanks, Tam. Nancy?
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback off what Tam said. You know, my personal philosophy is that children don't need to be ready for kindergarten. Kindergarten needs to be ready for children.
Yes.
And I probably say that 1,000 times in a school year to both parents and some of our educators. And years ago, I had a preschool coordinator that I worked with, and she often talked about that the relationship is the curriculum. That it's and that kind of builds on what other people were saying too, is that it's really about building relationships with children and building that foundation so that they're ready to learn. So it's not about being ready to kindergarten, being ready for kindergarten with specific skills, as much as it is being able to self-regulate, manage their emotions, connect with other people, and be independent, that allows them to then enter into kindergarten and be ready to learn what kindergarten has to offer. Certainly, we do provide exposure to some of those pre-academic skills, but it's always done through play, I think, which is what somebody else was talking about too. Everything is done in the context of play. And, you know, a lot of times I think, you know, for the rest of these kids' lives, they hear from the teacher, whether it's you know, I go into some daycares and I hear them say, when you get to kindergarten, you're going to have to be able to blah, 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 blah. Well, let's not worry about that. You're not in kindergarten right now. Let's worry about where you are today. And that happens for the rest of their lives. In 5th grade, they hear it, when you get to the junior high, you're going to have to, you know, but let's just be on the here and now and focus on what we need to do. And for right now, it's play, social, emotional development, and independence, I think, you know, are really the 2 things that we focus on more than anything. And we too use that second step curriculum, but we also use conscious discipline, which I absolutely love and am a firm believer in. So I think that's all I have to share.
All right, thanks. And Christy, your comment, relationship is the curriculum. Yes. You know, that's what we're talking about. And I think we all recognize how important that is. And that truly is our connection with families too. I loved Reverend Jones this morning when he told us to imagine, you know, and he put up those circles, and we had the circle of children, and, you know, he had that circle of childcare providers or whoever the early childhood people are around that child. And then also imagine that they're connected to community resources and that we're partnering with parents and families. I just loved how he had that visual this morning. And I think that's right where we are with this discussion, you know, is that's where we want to be, is just how are we going to do that and partner with families? So that leads into my next question. So describe how families can help their children prepare for school and transition both into preschool, into kindergarten. If a family said to you, you know, what can I do? What would your answer be? How do you have how would you describe families can really help their children? Erica, go ahead and start us off.
All righty. So since we are early Head Start program, obviously we start right from the get-go with home visits. At the home visits, we go over the school readiness goals that Head Start provides. every time. So there's 2 home visits a year, 2 parent-teacher conferences, and we just prepared to be partners with the families. Then we also have a program called Shine On Families, and the parents get a peer card book, and it's activities that they can do at home with their children. And the teachers also use that with the curriculum in the classroom, and they coordinate activities. We also have bring back activities. So we send all the materials home, and they can do the activity with their child at home. And then we have a bring back board, and they can display what they did at home, which is really cool. We have what we call family learning parties. So the parents come in and we actually go over how to implement the peer cards, being present with your child, encouraging them, and all of that. Right now out here outside my office, we're having our policy council meeting, and that's where parents can be a member of the policy council, and they actually have a say in what's happening at their child's childcare at the centers and everything, which is really cool. And it empowers the parents then to have a say in what's going on. Oh, let me see. The second step, emotional curriculum. And I love conscious discipline. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to have that here too. But when I first came here, second step, I had no idea what it was. And it's a really good curriculum as well, with puppets and they have like brain activities and different things. And they have a CD with all of these songs that goes right along with everything. So that's really good. And with that, there are papers that you can send home with families on what we're working on socially, emotionally in the classroom. Or as Elisa Hussage said earlier, social skills. And then we also have emotion, and we can work on all of that. Oh, there was something else I was going to say and I just lost it, but that's all right. We do a lot. Oh, one thing we did for our families, and it was something new, another pilot program for Brightside, Ohio. They can now do online applications. We have a QR code where they can just do it on their phone and get started that way. So we're getting into that technological age because everybody's on their phone. And we have gotten, our enrollment is, we're just getting kids in right and left. So, but I am seeing I have so many speech referrals because of being home for 18 months. And I don't think I've ever seen so many 4-year-olds in pull-ups. Like, okay, I know we don't need to rush kids going to the bathroom, but wow, there's a lot happening. And we're encouraging our teachers to really focus on the social and the emotional skills and working with the parents with that as well. So we just, it is the relationship. So the better we communicate with our families, the better our program is. So thanks.
All right, thanks. Christy?
Okay, so a lot of my ideas are probably going to replicate Erica's, maybe without like such specific details, because since we work with pretty much any provider, we cover 8 counties. And we also work with, I don't know, probably 150 families, I would ballpark. A lot of what, when I'm going in and working with administrators on really boosting up like their family engagement, trying to get that to be a solid piece, which I know is a piece that we all struggle with, that we have a hard time getting families to want to participate. So, you typically my work with programs, it's kind of just like a brainstorming session usually is how that goes, because each program is different in what they have the resources to be able to provide and offer. And, in like a Head Start kind of situation, you have access to lots of different types of people, right? You just talked about your policy board, and you might have a specialist for this and a specialist for that, where I might work with, mom and pop ABC childcare, who literally is just kind of out there in their building with their 3 classrooms and their 4 teachers and their 1 admin, and encountering some of those same things when they're trying to work with families. So my list of or suggestions are not quite as specific, but I think they, like I said, still some overlap there. So the first thing that's really important is just being a participant. I feel like even if you don't necessarily know what to do, and I'll throw some of my personal stuff in here. I'm a new mom. I have a 14-month-old now. So, and I obviously have an ECE background. So I have more knowledge than like your typical new mom would have, but there's still a lot that I don't know. And sometimes I'm going to say this quiet because my husband is here. My husband, like, it's kind of like a light bulb for me when things that my son does that my husband, like, he makes a comment that just illustrates that he has no idea that that's just part of children's development, because he doesn't come from the ECE world. And I think it's easy to forget that a lot of our families also don't come from the ECE world. And so we want to make the ways that they can help prepare their children for school as approachable and manageable as possible. You know, we also have families who might be working multiple jobs, or even if you only work one job, I mean, by the time you work your 40 hours, you pick your child up. I know I pick my son up at 4 o'clock, and by 7:30 he's in bed. So, you know, we have a very short window to really be present together. But I would say that is my number one suggestion, is just be present, be a participant, you know, actually get down, interact, even when you have other things that need to be done. Just even if you can set aside like 15 minutes to devote. And that sounds so simple, but for some families, I think they really need that to be broken down for them, and to even like understand what a difference that will make for their children. And then the next thing I think would be just learning about your child's development. Luckily, a lot of our, you know, if they are in a program, we have a lot of resources that we can educate parents about their children's development, you know, different tools that we use. We might use screening tools or different curriculums that have assessments that then can be kind of little snippets of important things for that family to learn. Again, making sure you're taking advantages of the resources in the community. Up in Lucas County, you know, we have a ton of things available, and those, a lot of them are free. Most of them are free, I would say. So just making sure that you're using what's available to you to help, you know, work with that. Working with children at home. If you're, you know, when I work with programs on this, I really try to help them think about, where are your families? What is going to be realistic? You know, is it realistic that you're going to send home this activity with this elaborate materials list? You know, we have to think about, maybe families don't even have crayons at home. We might have to staple a Ziploc baggie of 5 crayons to send home so they can complete the activity. So really thinking through what's realistic for the families that you have, that, you know, what kind of time do they have? And what access to materials, just all the different things that go into that. Ideally communicating with the child's teacher. So I know, especially COVID has thrown a huge wrench in this, because a lot of times teachers are not even seeing parents anymore. Their kids are dropped at the door and walked to their classroom. So that's created an even like a bigger separation between, you know, this relationship that we really want to have. And even when you know, they're getting ready to go into school, even reaching out to that kindergarten teacher to see, you know, kind of what things to expect and prepare for, what things are going to be different about when they get into school. Looking at the materials that the child has access to. So this can be one that, again, parents can kind of educate parents on, or teachers can educate parents on, or programs. You know, if every single, I guess I've experienced this in my new mom life also, you know, like every toy marketed towards an infant is an electronic light up toy that does like 6 things. And, you know, then you see that kids don't really like that stuff anyway. My son, his favorite thing to do is come dig through my utensil drawer and throw my spatulas around my entire house. So, which is fine. I'd rather he do that, you know, than sit there and click the same button over and over. So maybe just giving them some kind of knowledge on, an electronic toy or 2 is okay, but really there's lots of other skills we want to make sure we're hitting, and how to use the spatulas or the muffin tins or whatever they have access to really give those experiences. And then screen time. I don't know if I want to open that can of worms, but I know that's a huge issue. There's I see that in my personal life a lot too. Other moms that are using, the 2-year-old has their own cell phone that is mom or dad's old cell phone that they carry around, and they play games and they get on YouTube, and then the interaction piece is totally not there. We lose the relationships, we lose the participation, because the kids are entertained and they're quiet. So I think that's a huge one. And at the end of the day, a lot of those can even tie back to those social emotional skills, which can also tie back to making sure we're providing our families with information about how to develop those social emotional skills in their children. It's my son had his first little temper tantrum meltdown the other day. So he laid his head on the wall and just cried. I have knowledge. And for a minute, I'm like, whoa, what do you do? So, just giving them some tools to be able to work through those things with their kids and, help them to develop those skills that we want them to have. So, when they go not just into kindergarten, ultimately life skills that we want them to have. So I think that was everything that I had kind of jotted down.
Well, thanks, Christy. I just wanted to add something to what you said. I liked how you brought up about the screenings and the relationships with families and that. And one way that we really can help families engage with us is having them complete the screenings. And that was something that I was pretty intentional about this year. And I think you bring up a good point that teachers aren't necessarily having that direct contact with parents like they used to. And so the one thing I really wanted this year to focus on is we have a required screening, that we have to have done within the first 45 days of our program year. And I really wanted parents to be engaged with that. And I really talked to our staff about that's a great parent engagement piece, and to use that to partner with them to really kind of set the stage for the beginning of the year. And what does the parents recognize within their kids, and then what, using that to individually plan for the children and kind of set some goals. So I really liked what you had to say about that. And then I want one other comment that was put in the chat. Love the bring back board idea to display the make it and take it from our parent cafes and that. So Erica, I think you talked about that, and what a great idea. So thanks. All right, Tam, you're up.
So a lot of what has already been shared are similar things that we engage in here as well. I think the one common theme, we talked about the importance of building the relationship with the students before you can really move.
Yeah.
It's essential that we build the relationships with the families. Oftentimes what we find, and we talked about this in our earlier session, is that there are other barriers to why they may not engage with the schools and or teachers or their students' academic success. And so really it's imperative that we do our best to build a relationship with the families to try to break down some of those barriers, and that we encourage them to attend the parent-teacher conferences and home visits. If we can't get into the home, offer them somewhere else. Do whatever you can to connect with the families, but understanding that a parent may be scared to attend a parent-teacher conference, may not even feel that they know what to expect or what types of questions to ask. It can all be overwhelming and intimidating. So one of the things we've started this year, an interesting thing that came out of COVID is we were concerned, obviously, a lack of family engagement and parent participation in our parent meetings. So we started, Nicole Shetterly, I should say, started recording her parent education parent meetings, and would share them out through our TPS Facebook page, and the amount of views skyrocketed. So a parent, we were getting, 300-400 views on these videos. And even though it wasn't a direct connect with family, we realized they were still getting this information. They were viewing these videos, and it was a start. So one of the things we're talking about doing now, we'll be recording, is talking about parent-teacher conferences, what to expect. We're going to record this and send it out to our families. What kinds of questions could they ask? What kinds of things should they expect to see? Just trying to give them some information and hopefully break down some of those uncertainties and barriers and get more families to engage in those parent-teacher conferences. Pre-COVID, we have a family engagement, a fatherhood engagement program, and we would have events throughout the year run by Dennis Springs and our Godfrey Lewis, and they would have these events. One was in the barbershop where fathers were learning how to do their daughter's hair. We did events where we could bring the fathers into the schools, getting more comfortable being in the schools, being in the environments, talking with our teachers and encouraging, finding ways for families to volunteer. Obviously, we promote them doing similar to what Erica was talking about, home activities. Most of us are familiar with home activities when you're in a Head Start program, early Head Start program. We've gotten very creative in how they could, for those that are technologically savvy now, complete one of those in-kind forms even through a survey online. So they're talking about the activity they did that's connected to the curriculum, and they can just complete it through a survey on their phone. We're able to collect information that way, but slowly kind of ticking away at and encouraging them to get into the programs and connect with the teachers, connect with their family support partners, connect with with the buildings, with the classrooms, with the principals. We also have started a kindergarten transition in-house committee that includes kindergarten teachers. And we've started talking about how to really promote and get families to come to our kindergarten nights that are, at the end of the school year when we have kiddos that are transitioning to kindergarten in the next school year, to connect with kindergarten teachers. We've even started doing, we've done this for the last few years. Pre-COVID, our preschool students could go visit in a kindergarten classroom. And then we offered a couple virtually, one kindergarten teacher at Navarre, I believe, looped in an an East Toledo Family Center classroom and just did a virtual tour of a kindergarten classroom, just trying to get creative. But I will say one of the most important things is follow through. So if you want to build trust with the families, no matter what the situation is, that if a parent is communicating with a teacher or a family support partner or whomever it may be, and they are finally engaging about their child, it is so imperative that on our end, whomever it may be, follows through, because that right there will break down the trust of any parent, and we'll see them disengage. So being very conscious of, and I know things are extremely stressful and piling up, but doing our best to follow through. So those are some of the things, but of course, everything else Christy and Erica were sharing as well.
All right, thanks. And Cheryl, your comment, the kids enjoyed talking to the teacher and having the kids tell them about their classrooms. Absolutely, that's so enjoyable for the children. All right, Nancy.
Can I ask, am I supposed to be talking about what I'm supposed to help remind me what the question is again?
Yeah, describe how families can help their children prepare for school.
Okay.
And transition.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Okay.
Yep.
So, again, kind of building off what I said before about the fact that there really are no requirements for kindergarten. So keeping that in mind, that it's just a matter of what can they do. For me, it's, and I think people talked about this a little bit, it's taking the family where they are. So often I have my idea of pie in the sky of what I think it should be. So I know like screen time was mentioned. And so my idea of what screen time should be is much different than what the reality is. And so sometimes it's just asking them to reduce what they're doing, because it's not realistic that if the child's on a screen for 8 hours a day, that I'm going to say, well, you should really keep it to 10 minutes. I mean, that's not going to happen, especially when the parent is using a screen 8 times a day. So I think that's really important for me to remember. And then also just to also tell the families why it is that you're doing that. It's not that you are totally against the content of what they're watching, but we're talking about attention span and ability to focus and those kinds of things. So I think it's kind of linking it to how that's going to affect your child in school, so that there's an understanding of that. Then also telling families to start building in more active versus quiet play kinds of things. So I try to think about like what a kindergarten routine is going to look like, and what does the child have to do in that kindergarten time. And a lot of it is like going from self-selected play to activities chosen by another. So trying to encourage families to kind of build some of those things in, using some first then strategies, that first we're going to do this and then you can play with your toys, or just building that in, just starting to put those ideas into the family. Routine, I think, was mentioned. Christy, you were talking about some things, that just how important the routines are. And some of our families really don't have any routines. And so much about kindergarten is all about routines. So trying to help families to understand that. Like I said, we're not really pushing a lot of pre-academics, but always encouraging families to read to your child. To build just vocabulary, also to build that focus and attention, and start to develop that love of reading and that passion for reading. Family meals, I think, is a really big thing. A lot of our kids don't know how to sit at a table and have a meal with other people. They just don't have that experience. So talking about how the importance of family meals. And then also with that, building some routines of how to do things like open containers, or, open the Ziploc bag, or some of the things that mom and dad might always do for the child, and try to have the parent kind of think through the day. Okay, you're sending this in their lunchbox, maybe. Are they going to be able to open what they're doing? So having some of those conversations. Also the same thing with clothing and what they're going to choose to send their child to school. Sending the child to school in clothes that are things that the child can easily get on and off, or up and down, and that type of thing. We always recommend that families visit the school playground, so that it starts to become a part of, this is where you're going to go to school, and this is the playground that you're going to play on, those types of things. I also always try to tell our families, for the parents to talk about their positive school experiences that they had. A lot of our families have not had positive school experiences, but to try to get them to remember what it was like in kindergarten. And was there anything positive that you can remember about that, or in your early years? And let them tell the family about, when I was in kindergarten, this is the stuff that I got to do, so that it becomes something that the child sees as a positive thing. And I think that's all I've got. Thanks.
What great suggestions, Nancy. I like your specific examples there. And following up with that, so in Head Start, I know we talk a lot about families as lifelong educators. And so meaning that, the parents and families, they observe, they guide their kids, they are participating with them every day, and really guiding that learning of the children, and noticing, and they know their child best, right? We talk about that all the time, that the parent is the first and primary teacher, and we want them to do all those activities that you guys were talking about, and observe and notice their children, and then share that information and really participate with us then as educators and really becoming that partner. So keeping that in mind, can you share any ways that you are in like partnering with the parents, engaging the parents, any activities or anything in addition to what you guys have shared already, where that you really are seeing that partnership and hearing from the parents and what they know about their children? Erica?
Yeah, so we also have we have family engagement network meetings where the parents can come and we'll discuss lots of different subjects. Yes, we discuss parenting issues. So if they have a subject they would like to discuss, then we can do that. We had Unison come in and do the triple P parenting. That went really well. We've had someone come in and talk about finances. We've had kindergarten classrooms come, or the teachers come and tell the parents about, you know, their school. That's pre-COVID. We'd have to do that virtually now. The teachers are like, you know, our front line with the families. And so all of our classrooms now use Class Dojo, and that way they can stay in contact all the time, send pictures, you know, especially at the early Head Start level. You don't always want to leave your child. It's a rough transition for everyone. But if you can get a picture of your child smiling throughout the day and having fun, it eases that. I also work closely with the teachers and we give out child development information. You know, there's a lot of questions about that because that's not a requirement to become a parent. So they don't know what that development is supposed to be. And that's our job to educate and let them know. And then I also work closely with the family advocates. So if a family is in need of books so that their children can be read to, or we actually had some extra mattresses, and because a homeless family got a place but no furniture. So, you know, let's at least get them a mattress so that they can sleep on that, not the floor. We've done clothing vouchers, coats, and as of right now, we have fruit and vegetable boxes that come once a week, and the parents can sign up to get one to take home. We just try to meet them where they're at and try to help in any way that we can. We also do the screenings as well, and that's one of the big reasons why they get referred to me. But I also say if the parent has any concern, they refer them right to me, and then we all jump in and see what we can do. So I think that's about it.
All right, thanks. Christy?
So in addition to Baby Talk, which I briefly talked about, where families are getting like that once a month visit with educational materials that are appropriate for the age of the child, that's from birth to 5. Our parent specialists, they also are able to provide some parent trainings. So we have done triple P in the past. ACT is another. Our parent specialists use Love and Logic curriculum when they're kind of, all of that is kind of works all together. Our Baby Talk families often attend these trainings, but they're offered elsewhere in the community. I know we've done them previously for like fathers who are, I don't know what the technical word is, but coming out of jail and being whatevered into, you know, everyday life. So we've done some training for them, kind of as part of their conditions for being released from jail. I know there is a technical word for that, but I can't think of it. We also partner with diaper banks, other resources where, again, if they have, you know, if a family has a need that maybe we don't have, reentry, thank you. If we don't have the means to be able to provide for that, then we look, you know, elsewhere in the community to see who can help meet this need and kind of, you know, make those connections. We might go and pick up the materials on behalf of the family, depending if they may or may not have transportation. So all those types of things. We do provide, we go out in the community and provide some educational materials. So we go to, you know, any community event that we're out, we're not only promoting ourselves, we're also giving out some of those educational materials. So even if it's just one little snippet that they're getting, you know, at least we know that the information is getting out there. I mentioned we support parents in finding that quality childcare. So we know parents have to work. They need a safe place, not only a safe place, but a place that's going to provide that high quality care for their children. And I think the last thing we do actually provide training in those screening and assessment tools, which kind of indirectly supports families. So then providers are able to use those tools and kind of start that trickle down of conversations that might need to happen. And then we can get early intervention involved. And I know our parent specialists do work with families in kind of navigating all of those different agencies. Because I know they can kind of be tricky from time to time, you know, to like what happens when I age out of Help Me Grow? Where do I go from there? Now I'm, you know, maybe I'm going to Head Start. What does that look like then when I leave kindergarten? So kind of, or when I leave for kindergarten, helping them navigate like through those pieces as well. And I think that's everything outside of just our baby talk that we do.
All right, thanks. Tam?
So I've shared a lot about some of the various things we do with families, with our family engagement partners, our parent education meetings. One of the things I didn't share is we do use conscious parenting. So that is one of the programs we will offer to the families. And actually, Nicole Shutterly is an ACT trainer as well. So she's embedded kind of that ACT training into the conscious parenting one as well. She's very passionate about both. But the one thing we've started doing is we have typically our students come Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday in class, where Friday students do not attend. We've instituted family engagement days. Most of them are on a Friday. So it's once, but in most months, there's at least 2 Fridays that we have a specific family event where families right now can actually come to the classrooms with their family, with their students on that day. It's usually either just an AM session or a PM session, not a whole day session. And the building itself comes up with a specific topic. So it's always tied to different types of curriculum. So it could be tied to our creative curriculum. It could be tied to our conscious discipline, which most of them are. It could be tied to even Learning Without Tears. We use a lot of resources from Learning Without Tears. We use Haggerty. So anyways, they plan these family engagement Fridays where families come in with their students. Attendance, you know, is not always great. Some sessions, some buildings, much like what Dr. Jones spoke about. When you look at the disparities in zip codes, we see lower attendance in certain zip codes or at certain buildings. So we really try to work with those families to encourage them to attend with their child, even, and they don't have to stay the whole time, even if they only come for a half hour. You know, a lot of times in the beginning of the school year, it's really focusing on conscious discipline, using the terminology with families, teachers, doing specific little lessons with them that the families can see and participate in, or just sharing the environment. So going back to that play, talking with families about you know, about the centers and how that works and how they're learning through their play, and then engaging the families to really get into that center play with them. So that is something new we've instituted in the last couple years, where we have these family engagement days throughout the school year.
Thanks. Nancy?
Yeah, you know, I was thinking that I wish we were doing more things than what we're doing. You know, I happen to work in a community where parents, I think, would be very engaged and involved if we offered things, but we don't have the personnel to offer the activities. So it's a little bit of the reverse. Like, we could give you some of our parents if you could give us some of your personnel.
Great.
So that would be lovely. So I feel like a lot of what we do is reactionary instead of preventative. And so we're putting out a lot of fires when there's a problem and a parent has a concern. Then we're finding resources to help that individual parent instead of doing a lot of upfront kinds of things. We're about, I think, 4 or 5 years into our conscious discipline journey. And our next step 2 years ago was to start doing parent involvement in the conscious discipline, and due to COVID, that all kind of went away. That is number one on our agenda for this year, is to start doing some conscious discipline training with parents, and I think it's going to be really helpful. In the meantime, what we've done is that when our children are coming in for their initial evaluation, because of COVID, we've been doing one child at a time, which we thought we would hate, but we actually love it, because it's giving us lots of opportunities to use strategies, and we have our preschool coordinator sit next to the parent and narrate exactly what's happening and why it's happening. So when a child is, when we're using first then strategies, they're explaining why we use that strategy. When somebody is doing the conscious discipline noticing, we're explaining what exactly that is and see how the child's more engaged. When we're doing some mirroring of play, saying, okay, see how the adult is doing exactly what the child's doing. That's how they're getting the child to be engaged with you. So that's been kind of beautiful to see happen, to have somebody actually narrate the positive things that are happening during the play session. So that's been a real great thing. We do a parent-child night that is a day in the life of a preschooler, but it's only one day. But where we bring the families in and we have them kind of go through the preschool routine with their child, and we explain why we're doing what we're doing. I wish we did more of that. We do a preschool family picnic. Our teachers try to do home visits once a year. And sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. We use the Remind program, which is kind of like where families can communicate with the teacher at any time, back and forth and ask questions. I love the fact that our drop off, most of our kids do get dropped off by families rather than bus. There's some kids that are bused, but it's hand to hand off with one of our educators. So that's a time not where a lot of conversation happens, but some big things can be discussed then. And then we also use just questionnaires, asking families to fill out questionnaires about their child, but I don't really consider that great engagement.
Right.
Because it's only as good as the understanding of the question and the parent's ability to express it and the time they have to do it. So it's something that we do, but I don't think it's a great engagement piece.
Well, I want to thank our panel. We are out of time. Thank you so much for sharing all your ideas and that. And Heather, I don't know if I turn it to you.
Yes, I'm having a horrible time with my headset today. So we can thank you very much. We have just a little bit. If you need a quick restroom break, take a quick restroom break, but we do have Chuck Hage here again to sing for us. So I'm so happy. Thank you, Chuck, for being with us again. So we will have him. And then right before Dr. Ruslan Slutsky's presentation at 2:15, I'm going to do a couple door prizes.
Ready?
Go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. Well, this is your brain break. And I must say, you've been working hard. It's excellent. This song, we're going to do a little song here that requires no thinking on your part. Everybody's been open-minded about multiculturalism and ethnicity and ability. But there's one kind of person that gets left out. And this song is about him. Hey, everybody, wherever you are, there's a new way of talking and it's going to go far. You take the letters in the words and you turn them all around. Say the last one's first. Check out the sound. Talk backwards. Talk backwards. I know what you're thinking, that it sounds strange. You talked forward so long that it's hard to change, but it's just like metric once you catch the drift. You twist your tongue, give your palate a lift. Take your favorite phrase and read it in the mirror. Practice that about a half a year. Then straw cab, can he clap me up to cool? You're a regular talking bass-ackwards fool. Talk backwards. Talk backwards. The other day I was walking down the street and I saw someone I thought I'd like to meet. I said, excuse me, miss, Erdet Tegawoy to Roos Ratsi Killy Ra Teat Ruoy Tub Tiggy Not 2 Taunts Met. And I said, am I getting through to you yet? She said, I love it when you talk backward to me. You talk backward. Talk backward. You never know, but one of these nights, those who talk backwards will demand their rights. They'll rise up angry and get a solution in the form of an amendment to the Constitution. Then every TV show that airs will have to be captioned for the forward impaired. Talk backwards. Talk backwards. Talk backwards. Da, 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 da. That's a great song by the late, great Steve Goodman. And I heard you say something about door prizes, but I have a special trivia quiz for you. What other Grammy Award-winning song did the same author write? Steve Goodman. And when you get your answer, I want you to write it on the back of a $20 bill and mail it to me at my house, and we'll send you your prize. All right. Well, during the course of a day like this, you might be wondering, why am I working with young children? What brings me to this life? And you may not know it, but there was a long survey that was taken, and we do happen to have here the results of the survey. It's a top 10 list, why we've chosen to work in the early childhood profession. I'd like to share the results of the survey with you. Are you ready? We'll start with 10. Number 10, it's great fun while we're waiting to win the lottery. Excellent reason. All right, number 9, the number 9 reason we're working with young children, because working in an early childhood setting helps us truly understand the meaning of phrases like a natural disaster and an act of God. Number 8, we can't sing worth beans, but the children still love us. Number 7, we love snot. It's true, correct? You chase those kids around, you got plenty of tissues in every pocket. Number 6, we love hugs and kisses. We actually have seen preschool teachers wearing shirts saying, "We'll work for hugs." And you know that's true when you look at your paycheck. Well, it's just the way it is right now. Going to get better. Number 5 reason that we work with young children, ants on a log, the best. Number 4 reason we work with young children, we still giggle at burps and farts. Number 3, trying to keep up with kids is better than high impact aerobics. Keeps you going, keeps you fit. Number 2, second reason that we work with young children, because young children think we're the greatest. And the number 1 reason in the survey that we work with young children, we love those little chairs. Get ready for the staff meeting. Love those chairs. All right. So I'm going to wrap it up with a great song by Tom Hunter, and sung by Tom Hunter and Bev Boss. Back in the day, it's called Together Hand in Hand. We're all in this together, and everybody in the classroom, social workers, in administration, everybody works together. And when we do that, everybody benefits. This song is called Together Hand in Hand. By ourselves, we're good, but together we're better. Together we're much better, hand in hand. By ourselves we sing, but together we sing better. Together we sing better, hand in hand. Oh, big hands, little hands, waving hands and clapping hands. All different kinds of hands, together hand in hand. By ourselves we play, but together we play better. Together we but together we work better. Together we work better, hand in hand. Smooth hands, rough hands, tired hands, and holding hands. All different kinds of hands, together hands in hands. By ourselves we cry, but together we cry better. Together we cry better, hand in hand. By ourselves we laugh, but together we laugh better. Together we laugh better, hand in hand. Oh, talking hands, muddy hands, quiet hands, and reaching hands. All different kinds of hands, together hand in hand. There are big hands, little hands, waving hands and clapping hands. All different kinds of hands, together hand in hand. We're all working together. Let's keep up the good work, you guys. Enjoy the rest of your brain break if you need to go to the bathroom.
Thank you so much, Chuck. We really appreciate it. That's awesome brain break to take us into our afternoon session.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You take care.
You too.
All right.
All right. We still have 4 minutes in your brain break left. I will come back on in 2 minutes and we have 10 total door prizes. So I'm going to do 10 before Dr. Slutsky's presentation, or 10 before, 5 before. I can count today. 5, one whole hand. Wow. It's Friday, guys. It's okay. 5 before Dr. Slutsky's presentation and 5 after as we close everything up. Okay. So 2 minutes and we will do some door prizes.
Heather, Michelle, do you want me to share my screen now or wait till after the door prizes?
If you can wait, because I'm going to pull up a number generator so that they can see that I'm not cheating or anything.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to introduce you, Ruslan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Jumping the gun.
No problem. If there's anything you don't want me to say about you, let me know now.
You're good.
You have some good stuff you could say?
I'm shy.
I'm thinking.
I mean, you got some deep, dark secrets we should know?
I'm thinking.
We're still in public. Be careful.
All right, so to keep with good time, because we have done a really good job of that all day, we will do 5 door prizes. But let me find a piece of paper so I can write down who wins, because we will have to get these to you. All right, so I have this random number generator here that is going to tell us. I also have the list of everybody that registered. So whatever number you are on that list, that's how we're going to decide. So 44. Let me see, that is Ashley Richmond. So we will reach out and figure out how to get you your door prize. All right. 28. Antoinette Gover, Gover. 64. Jennifer Peer. 5. Oh, I gotta scroll all the way to the top here. Mandy Rinker. And last one for before the presentation. Oh, all the way to the bottom. 105. Belinda Costin.
Really?
You won one of our door prizes.
Woohoo!
You might be one of, if you're at Owens, you might be the first one to get one. Because they're there with you.
I've got them they're in our classroom as we speak.
Woohoo!
All right, so let me stop sharing. We will do the other 5 at the very end before we wrap everything up. So I will welcome everybody back again. Don't forget to sign your name in the chat box. I know everybody's done a really good job of that already, but make sure you sign in first and last name and your agency. And I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Christy Hannon for our last presentation.
Great. Thanks, Heather. So I get the honor of introducing another amazing person from our field, Dr. Ruslan Slutsky. And I wanted to let you know, in addition to his bio that you may have seen on the agenda, Dr. Slutsky is a parent of 2 beautiful children. He's a professor in the education department at University of Toledo. In his role as a teacher, he is helping prepare the next generation of early childhood professionals who are coming into our workplaces. And that's such a critical role that he and so many others play in our community. His teaching areas are early childhood education, language development, and children's play. And he's also a qualitative researcher. He studies the impact of learning communities on student learning, the Reggio Emilia approach from Italy, Head Start and children's play, especially the area of war and superhero play. And I happen to know that in his research, he interacts with other faculty from around the world looking at those kinds of issues and how they may look similar or different across different cultures and countries. So I'm very pleased to introduce to all of you Dr. Ruslan Slutsky.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hannon. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to share my screen so we can get started. And I hope this works.
We can't see yet.
Yeah, it says preparing slides.
Okay.
It's loading. So. It says Zoom wants to access my slides. I said, okay. Can you see them? Okay. All right, so here we go. So we're going to talk today a little bit about children's play and really just the importance of children's play. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. Okay, perfect. And really thinking about how play is changing, because I think we've had folks present today on emotional development, social development, how academics are creeping into early childhood at a much quicker pace than I think we in early childhood really would like to see. So I think really reconceptualizing and rethinking play and really what play is really important, but also not to forget that play is changing. And there are elements in the world of young children now that is really reshaping the way they play, and more importantly, the way they choose to play. And I think, we'll talk about some of those things today and just kind of try to figure out to what capacity those things are impacting the lives of children. So as I go to the next slide. So play in early childhood, we automatically use the word play, right? It's the way kids interact with the world. It's the way they learn new concepts, and it's the way they develop skills. Are you all seeing this little blurb on my screen here? Or is that just me on the bottom?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
see the
we see
blurb
it.
and we don't see your face anymore. We just see the slide with the
Yeah, that's
blurby thing.
yeah, because now I don't see
you
my
move it?
face either. I'm trying. It's like a little box here. Is that
There you go.
That's better.
That was
okay,
helpful.
perfect. All right, fantastic. So I'm going to ask all of you to really just in one word, what is play actually? If you had to explain to someone what play is, what one word would you use to describe play? Because it is such a dynamic, such a complex word. So fun, freedom, okay, fun, open-ended, exploration, laughter, explore, imagination, joy, learning, fun, enjoyable, engaging. Awesome. So I kind of prepared a little list for us to just kind of talk through as we think about this really complex word that children get into. And then we've got creativity, everything is play, curiosity. So here are some things to think about and think about play as discovery. It is one of the ways young children discover the world around them, interact with the environment, interact with themselves and others, learn about themselves. Play is also a therapy for children. It's a way for them to release stress. In a little bit, I'll talk a little bit about Freud and his conceptualization of that. But kids don't get to talk a lot to other adults for therapy release or stress release. So play serves for them that kind of avenue through art, through playing sociodramatic play. It's a chance for them to kind of deal with some of those anxieties they see and hear around them. It's a social interaction. Play is social. Play is where kids learn how to interact with other people, how to share, how to solve conflict, how to resolve conflict when two kids can't get along or have a dispute. How do they figure out how to resolve that conflict? Well, they do it through trial and error. Sometimes adults intervene, but it's that great avenue. It's that great place where they're able to try those things out. They get to solve problems. They get to explore and use language in basic and more sophisticated ways. They get to explore new vocabulary as they play with artifacts and objects and toys around them. They use their imagination to think outside the box. There are no boundaries. Play could be on the moon. It could be underwater. It could be anywhere the child's mind is willing to take them. It's innate. We are all born to play. That is the beauty of play. We all want to play. Even as adults, we strive to play. We play differently as adults. We may watch TV, we may go to dinner, we can do other things with friends, but we still have the propensity to want to play. It is a natural part of who we are as humans. Kids experiment their gender roles through play. They take on role play situations such as mom, dad, brother, sister, pizza owner, construction worker, police officer, and so on. They take risks in play. They go up the slide. They hang down the monkey bars. They're creative and they imitate things they hear, things they see. It's fun. They test their hypotheses. They have ideas. And then they get to try them out through play. They can make mistakes. They manipulate objects. They explore how they work. And then they interact with the environment. And we can go on and on and on and on. The list is exhaustive because there's really no one good way to really explain or describe play. Somebody said it's everything, and I agree. It really is a little bit of everything. And it's one of the greatest gifts kids have is that right to play and the right to explore and their right to learn. So when we think about play, we have to think about what is then not play. And I dichotomize it in a very, very basic way. Play to me is always voluntary. we choose to play. Play is an option we opt into. And I kind of describe non-play as it's work. It's required. All of us go to work. It is not play, although some of us do play at work and we have fun, but it's not play. Play we opt into, kids want to play. Once we give kids an assignment, it's no longer play, it's work. If kids are drawing and I come up and say, hey, draw me a house, all of a sudden I've taken the play out of their experience and I made them do that. I made them do something specific. It's no longer play, it's becoming a little bit of work. Play is spontaneous, it just happens. Kids say, let's play this, let's play that. Work is scheduled. We have a time when we have to go into work. It is not a time when we play. Play is process focused. We focus on the process of what we do during play, how we act, how we interact with others, the kind of things we're learning. Work is product focused. How productive are we during the time we're at work? Play is choiceful. There's so many choices we can do in play. There are, like I mentioned earlier, no boundaries in play. It can be anything you want to be. Your imagination dictates that. Work is narrow. We all specialize in something. I specialize in education. I can't do chemistry. I can't do other things. It's very, very narrow in terms of what we do. Kids, through play, have many of those trial and error options. Kids can play doctor, they can play astronaut, they can play whatever they want. They have limitless choices. And play is intrinsic. We do play for the pleasure of playing. It gives us personal reward to play. Work is extrinsic. We do it for a specific reason. Money, insurance, whatever it may be. So there is a dichotomous difference between when we talk about children playing versus children working. Also, play should have a development appropriate component. Children should be allowed to engage in experiences that they can do and get to choose. Play should be a place where they can succeed. But play is also a place where kids need to fail. And we often forget that. Failure is a lesson learned. Piaget always says that kids go through disequilibrium when things don't go their way. And they have to rebound from that. They have to figure out and solve a problem to get back to kind of what we call equilibrium. It's sort of like when you're driving and you get a flat tire and everything goes into disequilibrium and you have to somehow accommodate that, right? You have to fix your flat tire. And when you fix your flat tire, you've kind of succeeded and you're back to that equilibrium. Same thing with kids, though that failure helps them rethink, reconceptualize the world around them. That rethinking is very, very important. Failure is important for kids, and play is the best place for kids to fail because they fail on their terms. And that to me is really important. They fail on their terms. It's at their level, it's at their thought process, and it's at their ability to solve it. And I think those are really, really meaningful ways of how development appropriate play is and how important it is to the lives of children. Also, as adults, we tend to push children to things that they value as adults. It's things we see as important that kids should be doing. We tend to push mathematics and literacy skills on kids because those have become important outcome measures for kindergarten readiness and beyond. Think about how elementary kids are now tested in what skills are important. Their numeracy skills and their literacy skills. And so as adults, we try to push those skills onto kids even earlier. And so at the cost of taking away some of that natural play that many kids want to explore. So keeping a DAP is really, really important, and giving kids the freedom to choose is really, really important. I know as adults, we want to have a say in the outcome and the type of experiences kids have, but one of the best experiences, just simply letting them play and simply having that ability to succeed on their own, fail on their own, and rethink and resolve on their own. Also, when we look at the research on children who lack play, we find out that play is essential for a healthy brain development. The way our brain is wired, the way our brain develops, it develops when children engage in play. When children play, their brains grow. If they do not play, their brains do not grow, or do not grow at the same rate or capacity or to the same size. All those are important things that have tremendous impacts on them as they get older and as they enter preschools and obviously formal education and beyond. If normal play experiences are absent throughout a child's life, that child is more likely to become withdrawn, to isolate. They become more depressed and more aggressive. And that's very simple. It's because they simply lack the skills to engage with others on a social level. They lack social maturity that often they develop and learn through just playing. Think about all the social things we learn by simply interacting with others. Think about all the things kids are learning by simply talking, playing, and developing ideas with other kids. So play is at the heart of everything that's developmentally right for children to be able to do. So let's talk about it from outcomes. And one of the first ones is emotional. And I'd like to break up emotional and social differently because they are two different things. I think Alyssa had mentioned it this morning, and I do think we cram it together often as socio-emotional, but it really is two separate things. And in here, I kind of turn to a psychologist who we all have heard of before, and that's Freud. We don't talk about Freud often anymore, but I think the one place we still do in terms of play is in the emotional development. And Freud really taught us that children gain this notion of emotional understanding through play. Play allows children to gain control of their emotions. And when we think about, kids having a traumatic experience, an emotional experience, think about a doctor's office where a child receives a shot. And then the child has to deal with the anxiety and pain of that shot. And then the child has to emotionally react and respond to that experience. Well, the child replaced the episode in the context of play. And I know I've seen this many times in preschool classrooms where a child picks up a teddy bear or a doll or another stuffed animals and gives a shot to that animal to deal with their stress and anxiety and their pain. And now the teddy bear or the doll or whatever the subject is now dealing with it as the child is. And the child can cope together with the stuffed animal. That's a pretty powerful emotional support that the child has. So thinking about it from that level, from a very Freudian emotional level, and we've all seen this happen. We've all seen kids have outlets with other elements such as toys through their play. One of the big powerful ones that always stands out to me is from a Diane Levin book on the war play dilemma, where I'm going to take you back a little bit to the Oklahoma City bombing experience that happened a while back ago when the building collapsed and the children started to play. In her example in the book, the kids started to have the building collapse as they were playing because they were dealing with the stress. They were scared. And so the teacher came up and the kid said, well, what can we do to not have complete destruction? How can we save the people in the building? So it's not always the same scenario. And she and the kids emotionally talked through, what if we can save the people in the building? Would it make you feel better? And the kids said, yeah, it would make us feel a little bit more safe. And so that emotional support that sometimes play provides kids is very, very important. Cognition is something we all care about. I mean, we've seen it through the pushing down of academics. We've seen a push down of numeracy and language skills earlier than we've ever seen with young kids. We see preschools doing the work of kindergartners and so on. But play is a great way to introduce academics in a non-stressful, non-anxious way. Play games with kids and learn concepts. Counting, number meaning are great ways. I'll just give you one example of a game called Trouble that young kids play. That game was a staple in my house with my kids. We played that game all the time. In fact, we went through probably, I can't even tell you how many games we bought of that game because we broke it. Either the dice wouldn't go or the pieces got lost because it was literally often a daily experience. My wife and my two kids would get around the board and we would play that game probably sometimes for 30 minutes. And my kids were learning number skills, how to count, and eventually game strategy. When you look at a game like Trouble and Cognition, you quickly realize how kids think about playing. A game like Trouble, when you pop a number and you get a 6, all of you I think know how to play Trouble. 6 allows you to take out another person. So when kids take out that person and they get another 6. They don't think to take another person out. They continue to move that one piece around the board until they get it to home base, and then they worry about getting another 6. So they're learning strategy. They're learning problem solving. They're learning how to figure the game out. As they get older and the more they play, they start to realize, oh, wait, I have a piece out. I've moved. I have a 6. I can take another piece out. And eventually they are able to beat adults because they've conceptualized a new way of playing the game, a new way of thinking. Is that not cognition that we want our students to be able to develop and conceptualize and implement in their daily repertoire? That's a huge, huge skill. It's almost like that aha moment. Wow, I just figured something really big out. Now I got a 50-50 chance of winning, and I will lose. Because I'll tell you, my kids never won in trouble till they figured out that strategy. It was too hard to win. They needed a lot of luck to win. But once they figured out the adult strategy, they were able to conceptualize mathematically differently. They knew how to count to get to, okay, I need a 5 to take you back. A whole new level of thinking opened up for them. So again, those games, and that's just one example. There's so many other games that are great for that kind of mathematical concept building and number development. Spatial reasoning, another huge thing that we want kids to know. Block play, Legos, any kind of construction pieces allow kids to develop spatial thinking. I love when I go to preschool classes, or even kindergarten classes, when kids play with blocks and they're building a house. And sometimes I just sit and I'll watch. And they've built the body of the house and now they're putting on the roof. And they realize that they've used up all the long pieces and they can't finish the roof because all the pieces left can't complete the spatial dimensions of the building. And they have to rethink. It's going back to that failure. They failed and they have to now break down their house, save 4 or 5 of the long pieces for later on to make that roof. And they do it again. And now they've developed that spatial ability to say, okay, I need certain blocks to be able to finish certain spatial creations that I'm making. Again, those are great cognitive developments for children. They happen naturally through play, through successes and through failures, and through rethinking. Vocabulary acquisition. Think about the sense of story children develop as they play. Have you ever really sat down and observed kids playing house? The literacy, the sense of story they develop, the themes, they are rich in language. They are rich in text. They are rich in this whole, it's almost a flow like a book chapter is flowing out. So they're developing a lot of language skill, a lot of vocabulary, just through playing something like housekeeping. Again, that's just one example of many that kids do. Increased attention span. We often say kids have short attention spans, and to some extent they do when it's applied to academics. But kids certainly do not demonstrate the same short attention spans when they play. Attention spans in play tend to be very long, especially when children are free to choose what they play. Before COVID, I was in a classroom and I was watching kids play superheroes. And they started playing outside and they played the entire time they were outside. So for, I would say like maybe 20, 25 minutes. Never got bored, never got distracted, never ended the play. They got back in the classroom and they continued to play the game in a different way because they were indoor now, so they couldn't quite do the same kind of running around. So they modified it, they reconceptualized it, but the attention was still on the play. So kids' attention spans are not as short as we think when it's something that they're interested in doing. When it's something they're not focused on or interested in engaging in, of course, their attention spans are short. So are ours as adults. If we do something that's not interesting or fun, we're not going to focus. We're going to change the channel. We're going to do something else. Kids are the same way. Attention span is prolonged and is increased when it's interesting to them and fun for them and play-based. Creativity, problem solving, multiple perspectives, all those things kids share through play. How do you think? What do you think? Why do you want to be that character? I mean, all those things they talk out. And problem solving. And I'll move on because time is important. Physical development. Fine motor skills through puzzle play. Buttoning, zipping, all those things kids do with their fine motor skills. There's a lot of Montessori materials we can buy that kids can actually practice some of those fine motor skills as they play. Buttoning a shirt on a doll is a way to learn how to do some of those skills when they button their own clothes. Gross motor play, active movement, running, jumping, muscle coordination, all that is developed and learned through play. They learn about how their body works. They learn what they can and cannot do. They learn to take risks. I love watching kids take risks on the playground. I know sometimes we frown upon that, but that's how kids explore what they can and cannot do. They figure things out. They learn their limitations. Social development through play. This is one of my favorite things. I paraphrase from Hardup. It's an older piece of research, but the single best childhood predictor of adult adaptation is not IQ, which we place so much value on. It's not grades in school, and it's not classroom behavior, although we'd like to think it is. It's rather the ability to which the child can get along with others. That is really the biggest indicator of adult success. And guess what? Kids learn that when they play. That is the one thing kids learn when they play, and that is how to get along with other kids, how to deal with the conflict that's around them, dealing with the fact that, you know what, you can't be the dad right now, you've got to be the dog. And how do you deal with that? Kids get anxious, they get upset, but they figure out a way to resolve those conflicts, resolve those issues, and deal with them. And maybe the next day, figure out a new way to say, hey, I was a dog yesterday, can I be the dad today, or the mom, or whatever the role may be. All those are very, very important cooperation, social skills that kids need to have. We have a lot of kids entering kindergarten who don't have those skills. And it becomes the job of the primary educational system to teach those skills, when in the past, that was the priority of preschool. Priority of children 3, 4, and 5 is to develop those social, those emotional skills so they can come into the classroom and be good students, pay attention, raise their hand, do the kind of things we need them to do to be successful in school, rather than focusing on the kind of things that play helps children achieve naturally as they're playing, as they're engaging as young children. The other big question we have to ask ourselves is, how much do we limit play? And are children truly free to play? I hear the word free play all the time, and I know a lot of us use that word. It makes me cringe, because there really is no such thing as free play. We limit play all the time for kids. Think about, when kids are playing, are we meeting the needs of the child or our own need? The need of the teacher, the parent? When we decide to limit the play. I've been to classroom and the teacher says, boys and girls, it's too loud in here. Well, is it too loud for the kids? Or is it too loud for the teacher? Because the kids don't seem to mind. They're engaged in play. So when we redirect children in their play, are we doing it for the benefit of them? Or are we doing it for the benefit of us, the adult in the classroom or the home or wherever it may be? We also survey kids in very negative ways. We tend to look for things that they're doing wrong as they play. We redirect their behavior. Stop doing that, or don't do that, or stop this, stop that, instead of focusing on the positive things they're doing and reinforcing those. I love the way you built that, or I love the way you're talking to each other. I love the way you created that art form to incorporate in your dramatic play. Some of those kind of behaviors. And ultimately, it's the choice. Do kids really have the choice to play? And I hope the answer is yes, but I want you in the back of your mind to think about, how much do we as adults control that choice? Can I take out the puzzles? No, you may not. Can I bring those toys to the block area? No, you may not. Can I go down the slide backwards? No, you may not, right? So there is some choice in play. There is a level of choice we afford students and kids, but there's also a layer of choice that we take away. And a lot of it is due to safety, And sometimes it's just our willingness not to want to clean things up because we don't want those things taken out. So think about how much choice are we allowing children with respect to play? And how does that lack of choice stifle their development, creativity, and learning because we're limiting it? Peer culture is that other part of play that all of us know about, but probably have never heard the term around. And kids deal with two cultures. They have to deal with the culture of when they come to a preschool of that school, the rules they have to follow, things they have to do, the things the teacher expects. And there's also the culture of the peers, what the kids do, what the kids value, what the routines are. And I kind of gave the classic Corsara definition. Bill Corsara, to me, is kind of the godfather of peer culture. And he has a very, very basic definition. It's a set of activities or routines, artifacts, values, and concerns that children produce and share in interaction with peers. And peer culture is important to play because children have to understand the peer culture around them. Peer culture connects kids together. If you can think back, I'm thinking of these, remember those little rubber bands, silly bands that kids used to wear? And they used to buy them by the dozen and put them all over their arms. Think about how that became a peer culture that brought kids together, right? They traded them, they talked about them, they were proud to have them, right? That one little artifact brought a lot of kids together socially. Kids who may have never played together, been around each other, but the fact that they brought that artifact to a classroom bonded them together. And that's just one example of a peer culture. There's so many others. I mean, kids playing superheroes is a peer culture. But the key to that peer culture is kids have to have exposure to it. Because one thing kids won't do with play is teach others how to play. If kids are playing superheroes, they're not going to stop and teach me how to play Batman or who Wonder Woman is or what Superman is, right? It's understood that you know that knowledge. You understand that peer culture as you enter that play. So to enter that play seamlessly, you have to have a background knowledge and a background of what those superheroes do. Unfortunately, those skills come from the home, right? What if you're a child that doesn't get to watch those cartoons or have access to those toys? You miss out on a play culture that's very, very important in your classroom that you're in. So you sometimes become an outsider in play because you simply don't have access to a peer culture that children value in a classroom. So thinking about the importance of peer culture and how it impacts the way kids play is also very, very important and is impacting how children play. Television is a very, very big component of how children engage in social play. They take a lot of social cues from TV, from cartoons, from videos, YouTube. We'll talk a little more about technology in a little bit. So changes to play. Do children today play less, or has the way children play changed? Think about that. Don't answer it. Just think about it. I'll explain in a second. Pay for play versus child-directed play. We spend a lot of time today paying for our children to have social experiences rather than children developing their own experiences. We take children to places like Chuck E. Cheese, bounce houses, and so on, instead of allowing them the freedom to just play and control their own play. I remember playing sports in my backyard or in our apartment complex with other kids. And now I see a lot of kids playing sports as early as preschool in organized clubs where parents pay for that experience. So even when children do play, a lot of times they're playing where someone else is controlling that experience, an adult or someone other than the children themselves. Technology is changing the way kids play. Christy, and in another session just previous to this, talked about technology. It is a huge, huge game changer in play. Children seek it out, they value it, they want it, and once they have it, it's hard for them to put it down. We have what we call it with young kids a technological addiction. If you've ever tried to take a device away from a 5-year-old, be prepared for a tantrum. their brain is wired to seek out those devices. And the problem is we've become bad role models at that. Think about how often we are on our devices. That phone never leaves our side. We check it all the time. We model the behavior for kids. So of course, as they get older, they've seen us on that device their entire lives. That device is very valuable to them. They value it, they want it. And so they opt into wanting that device more than anything. And we comply as parents. We provide those devices to kids, whether it's a tablet or a phone or wherever it may be. Think about when kids see adults in social gatherings. You may have a group of 10 people and everybody's on their phone, no one's talking. Well, kids learn those behaviors. They start to see those behaviors as normative. And so they start to opt into some of those isolated behaviors, solitary behaviors. I'd rather watch a video on my phone than talk to someone else or do something else. I'd rather play a game by myself on a device than play a game with somebody else. So again, there's some changes that we're seeing with children, but one thing we're not asking is, what's the impact on brain development as children transition to more technologically driven play and away from quote unquote traditional play? 20 years ago, we didn't think about that because kids were still engaged primarily in traditional toy play, outdoor play. But certainly we're seeing a shift away from a lot of that. And I'll show you a little bit of data from a research study we completed. Actually, it's been published. So if you're interested, you can hit me up. I can certainly send you the paper on that as well. So we have to regulate play. How much technology play do we provide? Is it an hour? Is it 2? Is it 3? Or is it however many kids want? Outdoor play. How many kids go outside to play? Indoor play. When they're inside, how much of it is technology or non-technology play, right? So we have to start figuring out, how do we regulate play in our homes and even in our classrooms? Should we force kids to conform to societal expectations, such as providing certain objects of a certain color, toys that are for boys versus girls, right? What kind of experiences do we want kids to have with those objects, right? When kids go to a store, the aisles are divided by boy-girl toys. So kids naturally gravitate towards certain toys versus others. So how do we negotiate those types of things for children? And then again, we have to remember, there is no free play. We always limit the experiences. Kids may have an idea, they may want to do something. It is up to the adult to allow that experience or to disallow it. And I think that's always important to keep in the back of our minds. Unless there's free play, and I mean completely free play, kids are at the mercy of adults when they play, because we can easily take it away and stop it at any point, because we are the adults and our word is kind of the law, whether it's in the classroom or in the home. So here's that research table from the study we did from a couple of years ago. So if you look at play, so we had 33 families complete a journal over a typical weekday and over a typical weekend. And we gave them a diary with every half an hour checked off. And so every half an hour they could write what the kids were doing. And so they would, for 24 hours, would just basically document what the kids were doing at that time. And so if you look at during a typical weekday, so take in mind, the weekday is also kids went to preschool that day. So they were in preschool and then they came home, and then the data is from home to bed. So technology play over a typical weekday was about 53 hours for those 33 families reporting. Non-technology play was 59 hours and outdoor play 17 and a half. So you can see how outdoor play during a typical weekday is really almost non-existent for many kids. And you can see that technology play is almost the same as non-technology play, meaning the kids are interacting with technology a lot of the time. Weekend, luckily things change. And we do see more outdoor play. I mean, parents noted things like, we went to the zoo, we did some yard work, we went for a bike ride. So parents are getting out more on the weekend. But you're starting to see a trend in about the last 10 years of technology play really shooting up in terms of hours spent and other forms of play really going down. The biggest one is outdoor play. Remember, outdoor play historically has been the biggest, most popular form of play for kids. It is what kids did from sun up to sundown. They were outside playing. And now it is actually one of the least engaged forms of play for children, unless it's in organized sports or adult-driven activities. Kids are not opting out to go outside when they've got other distractors inside their home. So thinking about that data, thinking about the kind of ways children are playing. So just to kind of sum up, because I do want to leave a little bit of room for questions, because I know somebody did actually post something from Donna posted. So thank you, Donna. So changes in play, we have this focus on academic versus the social. We have become really, really focused on kids getting academic enrichment and starting kindergarten or school readiness, however you want to label it, as academically prepared. That comes with a cost. That comes with time being devoted to something other than play. And so one of the things I always share with my own students and with teachers is figure out ways to incorporate academics into play. Kind of what we talked about at the onset of this presentation. Play games, allow kids other avenues to think about problem solving, counting, writing, reading, whatever it may be in the context of play. There are so many rich ways to allow kids to play and still learn. And I think we've kind of gotten so enthralled in the academic components of children now and trying to get kids to count to 100 when they're 4 and 5. And I was thinking, like, does that skill really matter? Does a child need to be able to count to 100? Do they ever really need to count to 100 as they play or as they do things? No. Those skills will come and develop as they enter kindergarten, as they actually need to do those kind of thinking things. For young kids, they don't need to worry about that. It's the social, it's the emotional. All those things are really important and helps prepare kids for success later on in school. Using play as that primary function of time spent on task or time spent doing, I think is really, really important. We focus a lot of time on drill and practice. One of my least favorite is teachers giving kids flashcards at circle time. And kids memorize those flashcards. You've probably seen it a lot, right? It's the same cards every day. And kids memorize the flashcards because after a while, we just memorize them. I mean, we can't read them, but we memorize them. And we do them for, a month, and the teacher says, great, you guys know how to read these words. The problem is they really don't. Because if you write those words in a different context or a different board or somewhere else, the child can't read it. They simply memorize it in that context and the way it looks. So again, providing more play instead of some of that drill and practice is just a better use of our time. And again, technology. What do we do with technology when kids want to opt into it more than anything else? That's been a big stressor for many families. I have families ask me all the time, what do I do? And I would say, try to figure out a way to limit it early on. Because once the kids get at it and there are no boundaries to it, they become addicted to it. And it's really, really hard to pull kids away from it. Very, very hard. Is it an hour a day? Is it 2 hours a day? That's a personal family choice, but there has to probably be at some point, some parameters around it, because otherwise that's all kids are going to want to do. And it's going to take away from some of the other remarks. Roland, I'm reading your thing. Yeah, Robert Louv, that's a great book. He talks about, so in